Today, I've prepared the biography of Winston Churchill. Before you fall asleep, make sure to tell us from where you're listening and what time it is. Now, calm down and listen to the story while falling asleep. I'm wishing you a cozy and comfortable night. As you rest your head on your pillow and let your muscles relax, we'll journey together through the remarkable life of one of history's most influential figures. Winston Churchill's story is one of perseverance, courage, and unwavering determination qualities. We'll explore as your mind gently drifts toward peaceful slumber. His commanding presence shaped a century of history. Yet, tonight we'll let his story unfold in soft, gentle tones that ease you into restful dreams. So close your eyes, take a deep breath, and allow yourself to be carried away by the soothing waves of Churchill's extraordinary journey through time. In the soft glow of late Victorian England, on a crisp autumn day in 1874, a child was born who would one day stand against the gathering storms of history. Winston Leonard Spencer Churchill came into this world on November 30th at Blenheim Palace in Oxfordshire, a magnificent country house that had been gifted by a grateful nation to his ancestor, the first Duke of Marlborough. The palace, with its sweeping gardens and stately rooms, stood as a monument to past glories, a fitting birthplace for a boy who would one day become so intertwined with his nation's destiny. The circumstances of Winston's arrival were somewhat unexpected. His mother, the beautiful American-born Jenny Jerome, had been attending a dance at the palace when she slipped and fell, prompting Winston's birth 2 months before he was expected. Perhaps this early display of impatience was a sign of the determined character that would emerge in later years. Winston's father, Lord Randolph Churchill, was a younger son of the Duke of Marlborough and a rising star in British politics. Ambitious and brilliant, though sometimes erratic, Lord Randolph possessed a sharp wit and oratorical skills that would later be echoed in his son. Jenny, meanwhile, was vibrant and charming, a dark-haired beauty whose father had made his fortune on Wall Street. Their marriage had been a whirlwind romance, with the couple meeting and becoming engaged within 3 days. Their union bridging the old aristocracy of Britain with the new wealth of America. The early years of Winston's childhood unfolded against the backdrop of the fading Victorian era, a time when the British Empire stretched across the globe, encompassing nearly a quarter of the world's land and population. It was an age of confidence and contradictions, of rigid social hierarchies and changing technologies, of imperial pride and emerging doubts. For young Winston, however, these grand historical currents were far less important than the immediate realities of his childhood. Like many children of his class and era, he saw relatively little of his parents. Lord and Lady Randolph moved in the highest social circles, attending balls and dinner parties, engaging in political affairs, and traveling extensively. But Mrs. Everest, as she was properly known, was a gentle, loving presence in Winston's early life, providing the consistent affection and attention that his parents, particularly his father, often failed to give. She told him stories, tended to his childhood illnesses, and offered comfort during moments of loneliness or distress. The bond between them was deep and lasting, and Winston would later say that she had been his favorite companion during those formative years. The Churchill home at that time was a house on Charles Street in London's Mayfair district. Though the family moved several times during Winston's childhood, there were also visits to Blenheim Palace and to the homes of various relatives and friends. These grand houses, with their formal gardens, extensive libraries, and numerous servants, formed the backdrop to Winston's earliest memories. At the age of 7, as was customary for boys of his class, Winston was sent away to boarding school. His first school was St. George's in Ascot, where he had an unhappy time. The headmaster was strict and believed in frequent corporal punishment, which made a deep and negative impression on the sensitive young boy. Winston was not a naturally academic child. He struggled with Latin and mathematics, and found the rote learning methods of the day tedious and difficult. After St. George's came a brief and more pleasant interlude at a school in Brighton, followed by his enrollment at Harrow School in 1888. Harrow was one of England's most prestigious public schools, which, in the British system, meant an exclusive private school. And Winston's years there were important in shaping his character, though not always in ways his teachers might have hoped. Winston was not an exemplary student at Harrow. He found the classical curriculum uninspiring and showed little aptitude for languages or mathematics. His reports frequently noted his lack of industry and application, yet there were early signs of the qualities that would later define him. He had a remarkable memory, especially for English literature, and showed a growing command of the language that would one day make him one of the great orators and writers of his age. During these school years, Winston's relationship with his father remained distant and often difficult. Lord Randolph, ambitious and frequently preoccupied with his political career, showed little warmth toward his elder son and seemed perpetually disappointed in him. There were occasional letters, sometimes containing criticism or admonishment, but rarely the encouragement or praise that Winston craved. This paternal coldness left deep emotional scars, creating in Winston both a hunger for achievement and a recurring fear of failure. His mother, though more affectionate, was also frequently absent, caught up in the whirl of London society and her various interests and relationships. The young Winston wrote her many letters from school, often pleading for visits or expressing his loneliness. Jenny did care for her son, but in the manner of aristocratic parents of the era. She maintained a certain emotional distance that was considered proper and unremarkable at the time. Despite these emotional challenges, or perhaps because of them, Winston began to develop the resilience and determination that would mark his adult character. He found outlets for his energy and imagination in activities outside the formal curriculum. He became an accomplished swimmer and developed a passion for fencing. He joined the school's rifle corps, showing early signs of the military interests that would shape his early career. It was during his Harrow years that Winston also began to develop his lifelong love of history. While he might neglect his Latin declensions, he devoured books about great battles and military campaigns, about the rise and fall of nations, about the men who had shaped the destiny of Britain and the world. This self-directed education would prove far more significant to his future than the formal studies in which he showed so little interest. Lord Randolph's political career, meanwhile, had followed a dramatic trajectory after serving as Secretary of State for India and then as Chancellor of the Exchequer. He resigned from the cabinet in 1886 in what he expected would be a power play. Instead, it effectively ended his frontline political career. His health began to deteriorate shortly afterward, though the exact nature of his illness, possibly syphilis, though this remains debated by historians, was kept secret from the public, and even from Winston himself. As Winston's time at Harrow drew to a close, the question of his future became pressing. He enjoyed the company of fellow officers and participated enthusiastically in the balls, dinners, and other entertainments that made up the social life of the British in India. Yet, Winston was restless for more active service. In 1897, he managed to secure an attachment to a punitive expedition on India's northwest frontier, now part of Pakistan, where British forces were engaged in putting down tribal rebellions. Once again, he combined military duties with journalism, sending dispatches back to a London newspaper. These articles, vivid and well-written, helped to establish his reputation as both a soldier and a writer. The following year, 1898, found Winston in Sudan, where he participated in the Battle of Omdurman, part of Lord Kitchener's campaign to reconquer Sudan from the forces of the Khalifa, the successor to the Mahdi, who had defeated and killed General Gordon at Khartoum in 1885. Winston, now with the 21st Lancers, took part in one of the last great cavalry charges in British military history. The battle was a decisive British victory, and Winston's participation in it added another chapter to his growing reputation for courage and adventure. By this time, Winston had also completed his first book, The Story of the Malakand Field Force, an account of his experiences on the northwest frontier. Published in 1898, it was well received and demonstrated his skill as a writer. This was followed by The River War, a 2-volume history of the Sudan campaign, published in 1899. As the 19th century drew to a close, Winston Churchill still only in his mid-20s, had already accumulated experiences and achievements that set him apart from his peers. He had seen action in 3 continents, established himself as a writer of some note, and begun to develop the political ideas that would guide his later career. The foundations had been laid for the remarkable life that was to follow, a life that would be inextricably bound up with the history of Britain and the world in the tumultuous century ahead. Let us drift further into the story as we explore the next part of this fascinating journey. In the gentle twilight of history, we find the ancestral roots of Winston Churchill stretching back through the rich soil of English heritage. Let us drift peacefully into the story of this remarkable family, whose bloodlines would one day produce one of history's most formidable figures. The Churchill lineage flows like a serene river through the landscape of British aristocracy, carrying with it tales of valor, ambition, and the quiet dignity of noble heritage. The Churchill family name originates from the ancient manor of Churchill in Somerset, where the family's earliest known ancestors settled in the distant mists of medieval England. The name itself speaks of connection to the land. Church and hill, places of both spiritual and physical elevation. How fitting that from such grounded beginnings would emerge a family destined to rise to prominence in the affairs of a great nation. The most significant branch of Winston's family tree took root in the 17th century, when his ancestor John Churchill distinguished himself through military service and political acumen. Born in 1650, John Churchill would rise through dedication and talent to become the first Duke of Marlborough, one of England's greatest military commanders. His victories against the French during the War of the Spanish Succession, particularly at the Battle of Blenheim in 1704, secured not only his place in history, but also the magnificent palace that would bear the battle's name, Blenheim Palace, where Winston himself would be born many generations later. The connection between the Churchills and Blenheim Palace creates a gentle continuity across centuries, like soft footsteps echoing through the corridors of time. His academic record did not suggest university as a natural next step. After some consideration, it was decided that he would pursue a military career, beginning at the Royal Military College at Sandhurst. This required passing an entrance examination, which Winston failed twice before finally succeeding on his 3rd attempt in 1893. Before entering Sandhurst, Winston spent several months improving his French in a small school in Versailles. This brief time in France gave him his first real exposure to a foreign culture and language, broadening his horizons beyond the somewhat insular world of upper-class British society. At Sandhurst, Winston found himself more engaged with his studies than he had been at Harrow. The practical, military-focused curriculum suited him better than classical education, and he showed genuine aptitude for tactics and military history. He graduated 8th in his class, of 150 cadets, a significant achievement for someone whose previous academic career had been so undistinguished. During Winston's time at Sandhurst, his father's health continued to decline. Lord Randolph died in January 1895 at the age of just 45. Winston, then 20 years old, was deeply affected by his father's death, even though their relationship had been so complicated throughout his life. He would maintain a kind of idealized image of Lord Randolph, seeking in various ways to vindicate his father's political legacy and to achieve the success that had ultimately eluded the older man. With his Sandhurst training complete, Winston was commissioned as a second lieutenant in the 4th Queen's Own Hussars, an elite cavalry regiment. His military salary was modest, especially given the expensive lifestyle expected of officers in such a prestigious regiment. Supported by his mother, Winston lived well beyond his means, developing habits of extravagance that would persist throughout his life. The British Empire in the 1890s still spanned the globe, and for ambitious young officers, service in far-flung colonial territories offered opportunities for adventure and advancement that were not available in peacetime Britain. Winston was determined to see action, to test himself in combat, and perhaps to begin building the reputation that might eventually launch a political career like his father's. His opportunity came in 1895, when he arranged to take leave from his regiment to travel to Cuba, where Spanish colonial forces were fighting against independence rebels. Credentialed as a war correspondent for the daily graphic newspaper, Winston observed the conflict firsthand, experiencing combat for the first time. It was his 21st birthday when he came under fire, an experience he found exhilarating rather than frightening. Upon his return to Britain, Winston rejoined his regiment, which was soon posted to India. The subcontinent at that time was the jewel in Britain's imperial crown, a vast territory governed by a relatively small number of British officials, soldiers, and businessmen. For a young officer, India offered a blend of exotic experiences, social opportunities among the British community, and the chance to further one's education and development. Winston's time in India, from 1896 to 1897, was significant in shaping his character and outlook. The long, hot days provided ample time for reading and reflection. He embarked on a program of self-education, reading widely in history, philosophy, economics, and politics. He corresponded regularly with his mother, who sent him books from London. This period of intellectual growth helped to compensate for his earlier academic shortcomings and laid the foundations for his later political thinking. Life in India also afforded plenty of time for sports and social activities. Winston became an accomplished polo player, a skill that required both athletic ability and the means to maintain suitable ponies. This grand country house in Oxfordshire, a gift from a grateful nation to John Churchill, would remain the ancestral seat of the Dukes of Marlborough. Its Baroque splendor, with gardens designed by Capability Brown, offered a serene backdrop for family gatherings and the passing of traditions from one generation to the next through the languid passage of years. The Churchill family maintained its position among the aristocratic elite of Britain. They intermarried with other noble families, creating a tapestry of connections that spread across the highest echelons of society. The family cultivated a tradition of service to crown, to country, and to the preservation of their heritage. They were custodians not merely of wealth and property, but of a particular vision of England and its place in the world. Winston's more immediate ancestry brings us to his grandfather, John Spencer Churchill, the 7th Duke of Marlborough. The Spencer Churchill name reflects another important strand in the family tapestry: the union with the Spencer family, themselves an ancient and distinguished line. The Spencers brought their own traditions and temperament to the Churchill bloodline, perhaps contributing to the complex character that would later emerge in Winston. The 7th Duke served as Lord Lieutenant of Ireland and later as Lord President of the Council, continuing the family tradition of political service in the quiet drawing rooms of aristocratic homes and the hushed corridors of power. He moved with the assurance of one born to privilege, but also to responsibility. His marriage to Lady Frances Vane, daughter of the 3rd Marquess of Londonderry, further strengthened the family's connections to the highest levels of British society. From this illustrious union came Lord Randolph Churchill, Winston's father, born in 1849. Lord Randolph would prove to be a brilliant but mercurial figure in British politics. As we settle more deeply into our exploration, we can imagine the young Randolph growing up amid the stately rooms and verdant grounds of Blenheim, absorbing the family traditions and developing his own distinct personality, one marked by ambition, intelligence, and a certain restlessness that would later be echoed in his son. Lord Randolph's political career rose like a gentle morning mist over the landscape of Victorian politics. He became a Conservative member of Parliament and eventually Chancellor of the Exchequer. His political philosophy, which he termed Tory democracy, sought to broaden the appeal of the Conservative Party to the working classes. This blend of traditional conservatism with progressive elements would later influence Winston's own political thinking, creating a bridge between generations of political thought. But perhaps the most fateful moment in the Churchill family story came when Lord Randolph met the vivacious and beautiful Jenny Jerome, an American heiress. Their meeting at a sailing regatta on the Isle of Wight in 1873 led to a whirlwind romance and marriage the following year. Jenny brought something new and vibrant to the Churchill lineage: American energy, directness, and a certain boldness of spirit that contrasted with the more reserved English temperament Jenny Jerome's family had its own fascinating history. The Jerome family had risen to prominence and wealth relatively recently compared to the ancient Churchill line. Leonard's wife, Clarissa, was said to have Iroquois ancestry, adding yet another cultural strand to Winston's diverse heritage. The Jerome family embodied the American dream of self-made success, bringing a refreshing dynamism to their connection with the more established Churchills. The union of Lord Randolph and Jenny represented a meeting of worlds, the old aristocracy of England and the new money of America, traditional British reserve and American exuberance. Their marriage was not merely a personal alliance, but a cultural one, bridging the Atlantic at a time when such connections were becoming increasingly common among the aristocracy. This blending of traditions would create the unique environment in which Winston Churchill would be nurtured. Winston Leonard Spencer Churchill entered this world on November 30, 1874, in a small room at Blenheim Palace during a dance held by his parents. Legend has it that he was born prematurely, arriving 2 months before expected, while his mother was attending the gathering. This dramatic entrance seemed to presage a life that would be anything but ordinary. From his very first breath, Winston inhabited 2 worlds: the ancient traditions of the British aristocracy and the modern energy of American society. As a child, Winston absorbed the family stories that drifted through the halls of his ancestral home, tales of the great Duke of Marlborough's military triumphs, of ancestors who had served in Parliament and court, of family connections to kings and queens. All these narratives formed the backdrop against which he would develop his own sense of identity and purpose. The weight of family expectation rested gently, but persistently, on his young shoulders, a soft reminder of the heritage he carried within him. The Churchill family traditions were rich and varied, blending the formal rituals of aristocratic life with more intimate family customs. The changing of the seasons brought different activities: fox hunting in autumn and winter, garden parties in summer, Christmas celebrations, with all their Victorian splendor. These rhythms of life created a sense of continuity and belonging, anchoring the family in the flow of time. Yet, Winston's childhood was not the typical aristocratic upbringing of his era. His parents, occupied with their social and political lives, were often absent. He was primarily raised by a beloved nanny. This woman, from a humble background, provided the emotional warmth and stability that his parents' busy lives sometimes failed to offer. Through Mrs. Everest, Winston gained insight into the lives and perspectives of ordinary British people, complementing the aristocratic worldview he inherited from his family. The Churchill family valued education, though in a somewhat traditional form. Young Winston was sent to boarding school, first to St. George's School in Ascot, then to Brighton, and finally to Harrow. His academic performance was uneven, brilliant, in subjects that captured his imagination, less engaged in those that didn't. This pattern reflected a family trait of independent thinking and selective passion that had manifested in various ways throughout the Churchill lineage. Throughout his youth, Winston absorbed the political discussions that took place in his home. Lord Randolph's political career, with its dramatic rises and falls, provided an intimate view of the workings of power. Jenny, too, was politically engaged, using her charm and connections to advance her husband's career. Politics was not merely a profession, but a family vocation, a way of engaging with the world and shaping it according to deeply held values. The Churchill family maintained a tradition of military service that stretched back generations. This martial heritage exerted a gentle but persistent influence on Winston, eventually leading him to Sandhurst and a commission in the 4th Hussars. The family stories of battlefield courage and leadership, passed down through generations, found new expression in Winston's own military adventures in India, Sudan, and South Africa. The cultural roots of the Churchill family were deeply embedded in the soil of British imperialism. They belonged to a class and generation that saw the British Empire as a civilizing force in the world, bringing order, justice, and progress to distant lands. This worldview, with its blend of genuine idealism and cultural superiority, was absorbed by Winston in his formative years and would influence his thinking throughout his life, even as he adapted it to changing times. Family traditions of storytelling and rhetoric also left their mark on Winston. The Churchills valued eloquence and the power of words. Lord Randolph had been known for his sharp, sometimes acerbic, parliamentary speeches. Jenny was a gifted conversationalist who moved easily in literary and artistic circles. From them, Winston inherited an appreciation for language as both art and instrument, a gift that would serve him well in the years to come. As Winston matured, the influences of his diverse heritage became more apparent in his character and outlook. From his father's side came a sense of history and tradition, a connection to the institutions of British life, and a certain aristocratic confidence. From his mother came American optimism, energy, and adaptability. This blend of qualities would enable him to be both deeply traditional and surprisingly innovative, respectful of the past, yet unafraid of the future. The family's financial circumstances also shaped Winston's development. Despite their aristocratic status, the Churchills often faced financial constraints. Lord Randolph's early death in 1895, when Winston was only 20, left the family in a precarious position. This experience instilled in Winston a certain practical awareness of monetary matters and a recognition that even great families must adapt to changing circumstances. Throughout his early adulthood, as Winston embarked on his military and journalistic career, The influence of his family heritage remained a gentle current beneath the surface of his life. The year 1898 found him in Sudan, participating in the Battle of Omdurman under Lord Kitchener's command. As he rode with the 21st Lancers in one of history's last great cavalry charges, he carried with him not just his own courage, but the accumulated tradition of military service that had distinguished his family for generations. His writing career, beginning with the story of the Malakand Field Force and continuing with the River War, reflected another family tradition, that of chronicling and interpreting events of historical significance, just as his ancestors had played roles in great historical moments, and then ensured those moments were remembered. Winston, too, was both making and recording history as the 19th century drifted peacefully into the 20th. Winston Churchill stood at the threshold of his remarkable career, carrying within him the complex heritage of his family. The Churchill name, with its echoes of military glory and political service, the Spencer connection, with its own distinguished lineage, the American influence of the Jeromes. All these elements had combined to create a unique individual, shaped by tradition, yet not bound by it. The family stories, passed down through generations like precious heirlooms, had given him a sense of belonging to something larger than himself. The family traditions, observed year after year in the gentle rhythm of aristocratic life, had provided structure and continuity, and the family values courage, service, eloquence, adaptability had become woven into the fabric of his character. As we drift toward sleep, we can imagine the young Winston standing perhaps in the great hall of Blenheim Palace, surrounded by portraits of ancestors, feeling the weight and the privilege of his heritage. The Churchill family story, with its blend of the remarkable and the ordinary, the public and the private, had prepared him for the extraordinary journey that lay ahead. A journey that would one day make him not just an heir to history, but a maker of it. The peaceful narrative of this life continues as we turn our attention to what happened next. His humor, dry and self-deprecating to the end, was a reminder that the spirit within him remained unbroken. In January 1965, at the age of 90, Churchill passed away peacefully in his London home. The news of his death was met with an outpouring of grief across the world. Leaders from every corner of the globe paid tribute, but perhaps the most moving farewell came from the British people themselves. For days, crowds gathered silently in the streets as his coffin was carried through London, first to Westminster Hall, where he lay in state, and then to St. Paul's Cathedral for a grand state funeral. The procession was solemn yet majestic, a fitting farewell for a man who had been both a warrior and a poet. Even the Thames seemed to slow its flow as the nation paused to remember him. His legacy, vast and multifaceted, continues to resonate long after his passing. The institutions he helped build, the United Nations, the Atlantic Alliance, endure, shaped by his vision of a world united against tyranny. His words, too, live on, quoted in moments of crisis and triumph alike. We shall fight on the beaches, never give in. This was their finest hour. These phrases have entered the collective memory, not just as historical artifacts, but as timeless calls to courage. But beyond the grand achievements, it is the smaller, more human details of Churchill's life that linger most tenderly in memory. His love of animals, especially his cats and poodles, who would follow him from room to room, his habit of painting landscapes in the late afternoon light, always striving to capture just one more shade of color. The way he would sit by the fire in his old age, a glass of brandy in hand, telling stories to his grandchildren, his voice rich with the weight of experience. In the quiet of the night, one can almost picture him still, standing at the window of Chartwell, looking out over the valley, the soft glow of a cigar between his fingers. The battles are over, the speeches are done, and now there is only the peace of the countryside, the rustle of leaves in the wind, the distant call of birds. His life, so full of sound and fury, had settled at last into stillness. And so, as sleep begins to claim you, let these images drift through your mind like the slow turning of pages in an old book. The great man in his garden, the writer at his desk, the old soldier resting at last. His story is one of fire and shadow, of thunderous speeches and whispered confidences, of a world forever changed by his presence. But it is also a story of quiet moments, of sunlit afternoons, of laughter shared with loved ones, of a life well lived. And now, as the night deepens and the world outside grows hushed, may these thoughts of Churchill's twilight years bring you a sense of calm, a reminder that even the mightiest lives find their rest. Let the rhythm of his story, so full of grandeur and gentleness, lull you into peaceful slumber, where history and dreams entwine like vines on an old stone wall. Sleep well, knowing that the echoes of his life still ripple softly through time, as enduring as the stars above. The gentle cadence of our story continues, flowing like a peaceful stream through the next chapter. In the hush of evening, when the world slows and thoughts grow quiet, it is easy to imagine how the echoes of Winston Churchill's life still ripple outward, touching those who come after him. His was a voice that shaped history, a presence that filled the darkest hours with defiance and hope. But long after his final days at Chartwell, long after the last cigar smoke curled into the air, his words and his spirit lingered, not as relics of the past, but as living things, woven into the fabric of the world like a quiet, steady pulse. Time has a way of softening the edges of memory, of turning legend into something more human, more intimate, beyond the formal curriculum of his various schools. Churchill's education was substantially shaped by his own reading. During periods between schools and during holidays, he devoured books on history and current affairs. His father's library provided access to works by Edward Gibbon, Thomas Babington Macaulay, and other great historical writers whose sweeping narratives and moral judgments would influence his own understanding of history and politics. Their elegant prose styles, too, would leave their mark on his developing literary voice. His mother, the beautiful and socially connected Jenny Jerome Churchill, introduced him to a world of ideas and personalities beyond the schoolroom. Through her, he glimpsed the excitement of politics and public affairs, the complex interplay of personal relationships and national interests that formed the backdrop of governance. Though she was not consistently present in his daily life, her influence on his intellectual development was nonetheless significant, opening doors to a wider world of thought and ambition. Another crucial element in Churchill's education came through his relationship with his father, Lord Randolph Churchill, a brilliant but erratic political figure. Lord Randolph had risen meteorically in conservative politics before his equally dramatic fall from power and subsequent physical decline. Winston observed his father's career with a mixture of awe, admiration, and increasingly concern as illness began to affect Lord Randolph's capabilities. Though their personal relationship was distant, Lord Randolph was often critical and rarely demonstrative of affection. His political career provided Winston with a close-up view of the possibilities and pitfalls of public life. Lord Randolph's death in January 1895, when Winston was just 20 years old, marked a profound transition. The relationship had been complicated, characterized more by Winston's yearning for approval than by paternal guidance or support. Yet in its very incompleteness, this relationship spurred Winston to achieve, to prove himself worthy of the Churchill name, to fulfill the potential his father had perhaps doubted. The absence created by Lord Randolph's death became, paradoxically, a motivating presence in Winston's life. Following Sandhurst and his commissioning as a second lieutenant in the 4th Queen's Own Hussars, Churchill's education continued in a different form. Military service took him to Cuba, where he observed the Spanish-American War as a military correspondent, to India, where he combined his military duties with an ambitious program of self-education, and to Sudan, where he participated in the Battle of Omdurman, one of the last great cavalry charges in British military history. During these years, particularly during his posting to India, Churchill embarked on a remarkable course of reading and study with the methodical approach that characterized his response to challenges. He had books sent from London, histories, philosophies, economic treatises, classic works of literature. In the quiet hours between military duties, often in the early mornings before the heat of the day became oppressive, he read and reflected, building a foundation of knowledge that would serve him throughout his life. This period of self-education was crucial to to Churchill's intellectual development. Free from the constraints and expectations of formal schooling, he could follow his own interests and develop his own understanding. He read Gibbon's Decline and Fall of the Roman Empire, absorbing not only its historical content, but also its magisterial prose style. He studied the works of Adam Smith and other economic thinkers, beginning to form his own views on the relationship between government, economy, and society. He read Plato and other philosophers, engaging with fundamental questions about justice, leadership, and the good society. Throughout this period, Churchill was also developing as a writer. His military experiences provided material for newspaper articles that helped supplement his modest officer's income. These early journalistic efforts reveal a young man already skilled at observation, capable of capturing both the dramatic action of conflict and the human dimensions of war. His prose was vivid and immediate, drawing readers into distant scenes and unfamiliar contexts with remarkable clarity. This writing practice would bear fruit in his first books, The Story of the Malakand Field Force, 1898, and The River War, 1899, accounts of his military experiences that demonstrated both literary skill and analytical ability. These works were not merely adventure narratives, but thoughtful examinations of colonial conflicts, military strategy, and political contexts. In them, we can see the emerging historian and strategist, a young man thinking seriously about the exercise of power and the course of empire. Churchill's education, in its broadest sense, continued through his early political career, which began with his election to Parliament in 1900 at the age of 25. The House of Commons became another classroom where he observed the techniques of debate, the strategies of political management, and the art of persuasion as practiced by the leading figures of the day. Always an attentive student of human nature, he absorbed lessons from both allies and opponents, developing his own political philosophy and rhetorical style. As we reflect on Churchill's education and intellectual development, we might imagine it as a garden that grew somewhat wildly, rather than according to a formal plan. There were the structured beds of his formal schooling, some flourishing, others struggling. There were the carefully cultivated areas of his self-directed study, and there were the unexpected, unplanned growths, experiences, relationships, observations that added richness and variety to the whole. This garden, tended sometimes diligently, sometimes intermittently, produced a mind of remarkable breadth and depth. Churchill's education had given him a command of history that informed his understanding of current events, a mastery of language that enabled him to communicate with unmatched power, a grasp of strategy that would prove crucial in wartime leadership, and a philosophical framework that balanced tradition with progress, individual liberty with collective welfare. As sleep begins to envelop us, we might imagine the young Churchill in a quiet moment of reading, perhaps in India, as the first light of dawn filters through shutters, illuminating the pages before him in that peaceful image of intellectual engagement. We can see the foundations being laid for the statesman who would later stand firm against tyranny, finding in the wisdom of the past the courage to face an uncertain future, and in the beauty of language, the power to inspire a nation's resolve. Our soothing biography continues with a look at the next important period in this incredible life. Winston Churchill's life was a tapestry woven with threads of inspiration, guidance, and wisdom from those who crossed his path. Some were towering figures of history, while others were quiet mentors whose influence rippled through his thoughts and actions in subtle yet profound ways. As we settle into the quiet of the night, let us wander through the relationships that shaped him, like gentle breezes guiding the growth of a great oak. One of the earliest and most enduring influences was his nanny, Elizabeth Ann Everest. To young Winston, she was more than a caretaker. She was a source of unwavering love and stability in a childhood that often felt lonely. His parents, distant in their aristocratic duties, left vast emotional spaces that Mrs. Everest filled with warmth and affection. She called him Winnie and told him stories, soothing his fears and nurturing his imagination. His daughter Mary later wrote of how he could be both larger than life and surprisingly tender, tucking her in at night with elaborate stories of adventure, his voice softening as he spun tales of knights and dragons. His son Randolph, though often at odds with him politically, would still find himself drawn into long, meandering conversations over brandy, the two of them debating history, literature, and the mysteries of human nature. And then there were the friends, the chosen family who filled his life with laughter and camaraderie. The other club, a dining society he co-founded, was a cherished tradition, a place where politicians, artists, and thinkers could gather without pretense, sharing good food and better conversation. Churchill relished these nights, the clink of glasses, the warmth of shared jokes, the feeling of being among kindred spirits. Even in his later years, when so many of his contemporaries had passed on, he kept these connections alive, writing letters, making phone calls, ensuring that no one felt forgotten. His personal philosophy was one of resilience, but also of gratitude. He believed in the importance of joy, of finding beauty even in the darkest hours. There was something luminous in his approach to life, a determination to shine, to create, to love fiercely and without reservation. As the years softened his edges, he became more reflective, often sitting for long stretches in his favorite armchair, gazing out at the gardens, the lines of his face smoothing in the golden light. The world outside continued to turn, but here, in these quiet moments, time seemed to slow. His hands, once so restless, would rest gently on the arms of the chair, his breathing steady, his thoughts drifting like leaves on a pond. And so, As you let these images settle in your mind, the scent of paint and tobacco, the sound of distant laughter, the comforting weight of a dog's head on a lap, may you feel the same peace that Churchill found in these small, sacred moments. The night is deepening now, the stars bright above, and the stories of his life can carry you gently into sleep, where dreams are painted in the same rich hues as his beloved landscapes, like a gentle river flowing toward the sea. Our story continues with the next meaningful chapter. The rhythm of Winston Churchill's days unfolded like the steady turning of pages in a well-loved book, each chapter marked by familiar rituals and quiet comforts, from the earliest hours of the morning to the hushed moments before sleep. His routines were as much a part of him as the words he spoke or the paintings he created. Even in the busiest years of his life, there was a cadence to his days, a gentle predictability that grounded him amid the storms of politics and war. In his younger years, Churchill often rose late, a habit formed during his time as a journalist and soldier. When the night's work stretched long into the early hours, he would wake in a room bathed in soft light, the heavy curtains drawn just enough to let in a sliver of dawn. The first sound of the day was often the clink of a tray being set beside his bed, a light breakfast of toast, butter, and jam, accompanied by a pot of strong tea. He would eat in bed, propped against the pillows, scanning the morning papers with sharp eyes, his mind already turning over the events of the world. By mid-morning, he would dress with careful attention, favoring well-cut suits in dark blues and grays, a pocket watch tucked into his waistcoat. His study awaited him, a sanctuary of leather-bound books, polished wood, and the faint, comforting scent of cigars. Here, he would settle into his work, surrounded by the tools of his trade, a sturdy fountain pen, stacks of paper, and an inkwell that had witnessed the birth of countless speeches and letters. The room was always warm, the fire crackling softly in the grate, as he dictated memos to secretaries or pored over reports with a furrowed brow. One of Churchill's most enduring gifts was his mastery of language. He understood that words were not merely tools for communication, but instruments of transformation, capable of lifting sagging spirits and steeling resolve in the darkest hours. His speeches during the Second World War, delivered in that rich, deliberate cadence, became more than rallying cries. They became part of the cultural bloodstream, repeated in schools, quoted in books, and whispered in moments of personal struggle. Phrases like, "We shall fight on the beaches," or "their finest hour," were not just declarations of policy, but incantations of hope, stitching themselves into the collective memory of a nation. Long after the microphones had gone silent, those words lived on, recited by fathers to sons, by teachers to students, as reminders of what humanity could endure and overcome. But Churchill's linguistic influence went beyond grand oratory. He was a lover of the English language in all its forms, from the rolling verses of poetry to the crisp precision of historical prose. His own writings, particularly his 6-volume history of the Second World War, and his sweeping account of the English-speaking peoples, demonstrated his belief that history was not just a record of events, but a living conversation between past and present. These works, dense with insight and wit, became foundational texts for generations of leaders and thinkers, shaping how history itself was taught and understood. His style, both grand and intimate, scholarly yet vivid, set a standard for historical writing, blending narrative flair with rigorous analysis. Even now, historians speak of the Churchillian approach, a way of storytelling that makes the past breathe, that allows the reader to hear the rustle of parchment and the murmur of voices in long-forgotten halls. Beyond the page, Churchill's persona seeped into the broader culture, becoming a kind of shorthand for resilience and eccentric brilliance. His image, the bulldog frown, the ever-present cigar, the mischievous glint in his eye, was immortalized in cartoons, films, and even advertisements, a symbol of indomitable spirit. In the decades after the war, actors would don his distinctive hat and mimic his voice, not just as parody, but as tribute, recognizing that he had transcended politics to become a mythic figure. The very idea of Churchill came to represent a certain kind of leadership, unyielding yet deeply human, flawed but unwavering. A man who could carry the weight of the world while still cherishing a good joke or a fine painting. His influence on leadership itself was profound. Future statesmen, from Margaret Thatcher to Barack Obama, would cite him as a model, not always for his policies, but for his ability to articulate a vision and hold fast to it in the face of overwhelming odds. The concept of the wartime leader became inseparable from his example. The idea that in moments of crisis, a nation needed not just a strategist, but a storyteller, someone who could frame the struggle in terms of moral purpose. Modern leaders still study his speeches, not merely for their rhetorical tricks, but for their emotional resonance, the way they could make citizens feel like participants in a grand historical drama, rather than passive observers. Even in the arts, Churchill's shadow was long. He was an accomplished amateur painter, finding solace in the quiet act of blending colors on canvas, and his landscapes, often sun-dappled and serene, revealed a softer side of the man known for his fiery resolve. His love of literature, particularly Shakespeare and Gibbon, underscored his belief that culture was not a luxury, but a necessity, the wellspring from which courage and wisdom flowed. This reverence for the arts subtly shifted public attitudes, reinforcing the idea that a leader should be not just a tactician, but a thinker, someone nourished by the humanities as much as by politics. It was moments like these that endeared him to allies and enemies alike, a man utterly comfortable in his own skin, unbothered by pretense. Even in his final years, as his health declined, Churchill's spirit remained indomitable. He spent his last days at Chartwell, gazing out at the gardens he had built with his own hands, surrounded by the paintings he had created, the books he had written, and the memories of a life that had shaped the course of history. As you let these stories linger in your mind, picture Churchill not just as the Lion of Britain, but as a man who found joy in simple things: brick walls and paintbrushes, loyal pets, and quiet gardens. His life was a tapestry of contrasts, woven with threads of courage and vulnerability, grandeur and humility. And now, as the night deepens and sleep draws near, may these gentle stories of his life carry you into peaceful dreams, where history and humanity meet in the quiet corners of memory. As your eyelids grow heavier, we'll softly explore another dimension of this fascinating biography. The golden years of Winston Churchill's life were spent in quiet reflection, his days no longer filled with the urgent demands of wartime leadership, but instead with the gentle rhythms of creativity and repose. His beloved Chartwell, nestled in the rolling Kent countryside, became his sanctuary, a place where he could walk among the trees he had planted, admire the lakes he had shaped, and sit by the fire with a book or a brush in hand. Even as his body weakened, his mind remained sharp, ever curious, ever engaged with the world he had helped to shape. One of his final great works was his 4-volume *A History of the English-speaking Peoples*, a sweeping chronicle that traced the shared heritage of Britain and its former colonies. The project had been delayed by war, but in the stillness of peacetime, he returned to it with the same vigor that had once fueled his speeches. The books were received with admiration, not just for their scholarship, but for the elegance of their prose, proof that even in retirement, Churchill's pen had lost none of its power. Critics noted how his own life was woven into the narrative, his understanding of leadership and resilience coloring the stories of kings and statesmen who had come before him. As the years passed, honors continued to pour in, a testament to the profound mark he had left on history. In 1953, he was awarded the Nobel Prize in Literature, not for his political career, but for his mastery of the written word, his speeches, his histories, his memoirs. The recognition pleased him deeply, for he had always considered himself as much a writer as a statesman. That same year, he was also knighted by Queen Elizabeth II, becoming Sir Winston Churchill, a title that sat lightly on his shoulders. He had never sought glory for its own sake, but he accepted these accolades with quiet gratitude, knowing they were symbols of the world's enduring respect. Yet, even as the world celebrated him, Churchill himself grew more introspective. He often sat for long hours in his study at Chartwell, surrounded by the artifacts of his life, maps from the war, gifts from world leaders, the small trinkets that held personal meaning. Visitors noted how he would sometimes pause in the middle of a conversation, his gaze drifting to the window, as if watching the ghosts of the past move across the lawn. His beloved wife, Clementine, remained his steady companion, her presence a source of comfort as his strength waned. Their love, tested by decades of tumult, had only deepened with time, and in his final years, he often spoke of her with quiet reverence. Churchill's health, never robust in his later years, began to decline more noticeably after his 90th birthday. He suffered a series of small strokes, each one leaving him a little frailer, a little slower. But even then, his wit never deserted him. Playmates were selected from appropriate families. Interactions with children of lower social standing were limited. And from an early age, he was being prepared for his expected place in society. When visitors came to the Churchill homes, children might be brought down from the nursery briefly, dressed in their best clothes, to demonstrate proper manners before being returned upstairs, while adults engaged in conversation on topics deemed unsuitable for young ears. However, Winston's social world was not entirely restricted to the aristocracy. Through household staff, the gardeners, grooms, cooks, and maids who maintained the infrastructure of privileged life, he would have gained glimpses into different ways of living. Mrs. Everest herself came from a middle-class background, bringing values and perspectives that sometimes differed from those of his parents' circle. These influences provided a broader understanding of the world than many of his peers might have experienced. The rhythm of the year brought changes to Winston's environment. Seasons dictated not only the natural world, but social patterns as well. The London season, that carefully choreographed period when society families engaged in a whirl of balls, dinners, and presentations, meant his parents were particularly busy and absent. Summer retreats to country houses or visits to friends, estates brought welcome freedom from urban constraints. Christmas at Blenheim meant the palace transformed with greenery brought indoors, the scent of pine mingling with spices from the kitchen, where elaborate feasts were being prepared, and the great fireplaces roaring with flames that cast dancing shadows on ancient walls. Educational environments beyond formal schooling also shaped young Winston. The family library provided access to worlds beyond his physical experience. Maps spread out on tables showed empires and continents. Illustrated volumes of natural history introduced exotic creatures and landscapes. And history books began to plant the seeds of his lifelong fascination with the past. Tutors came and went, some leaving stronger impressions than others, each bringing their particular approach to igniting curiosity or enforcing discipline. As Winston grew older and moved to Brighton, then to Harrow School, his environments expanded accordingly. Harrow, with its tradition and hierarchy, its distinctive straw hats and school songs, its playing fields where character was supposedly formed, represented a significant improvement over his earlier school experiences. The physical setting, a hill overlooking London in the distance, provided both literal and metaphorical perspective. School buildings of weathered brick, worn stone steps, hollowed by generations of boys' feet, carved desks bearing the initials of those who had gone before, all created an atmosphere of belonging to something enduring. Throughout these changing environments, certain constants remained. There was always the awareness of being a Churchill, of carrying a name that opened doors, but also brought expectations. There was the subtle but pervasive influence of class distinction, visible in everything from how rooms were arranged to who spoke to whom and in what manner. There was the peculiarly English reverence for tradition, combined with an appreciation for progress, a duality that would later characterize much of Winston's own thinking. The physical and social spaces of Winston Churchill's childhood, from the grandeur of Blenheim to the intimate comfort of Mrs. Everest's care, from the rigidity of Victorian schoolrooms to the freedom of country rambles, combined to create a foundation for the complex individual he would become. In these formative environments, we can see the origins of his resilience, his appreciation for language, his understanding of history's weight, and his deep connection to the land and people of Britain. He wangled an assignment with the 21st Lancers and rode into the Battle of Omdurman in 1898, one of the last great cavalry charges in history. The heat was unbearable, the dust thick in the air, and the clash of steel against spear, a brutal reminder of warfare's timeless savagery. Churchill survived unscathed, but the experience left its mark on him. He wrote about it later with a mix of pride and melancholy, capturing both the glory and the grim reality of combat. His book, The River War Asterisk, would become a definitive account of the campaign, showcasing his talent for weaving history with personal observation. By the turn of the century, Churchill had left the army behind, setting his sights on politics. His father, Lord Randolph Churchill, had been a towering figure in British politics before his untimely decline, and though their relationship had been distant, Winston carried both the burden and the inspiration of that legacy. In 1900, he stood for Parliament as a Conservative candidate in Oldham, a gritty industrial town in Lancashire. The campaign was grueling, endless speeches in smoke-filled halls, hands shaken until they ached, and the constant pressure to prove himself more than just the son of a famous man. To his own surprise, he won, becoming one of the youngest members of the House of Commons. But the political landscape was shifting, and Churchill, never one to be bound by party lines, soon found himself at odds with the Conservative leadership. He disagreed with their economic policies, their resistance to social reform, and their reluctance to challenge the entrenched interests of the aristocracy. In 1904, after months of quiet deliberation, he crossed the floor of the House to join the Liberals. It was a daring move, one that risked alienating his old allies and inviting accusations of opportunism. Yet, for Churchill, it was a matter of principle. a belief that government should serve the many, not the few. The liberals welcomed him, and under the mentorship of David Lloyd George, a fiery Welsh reformer, Churchill began to make his mark. He championed workers' rights, supported pensions for the elderly, and argued passionately for free trade. His speeches were electrifying, full of wit and rhetorical flourish. And though some still dismissed him as a privileged upstart, others recognized a rare talent. In 1908, Prime Minister Herbert Asquith appointed him president of the Board of Trade, making him the youngest cabinet minister in decades. It was a steep learning curve, negotiating with trade unions, drafting labor laws, and navigating the intricacies of Whitehall. But Churchill thrived on the challenge. One of his most enduring achievements during this time was the establishment of labor exchanges, a revolutionary idea to help unemployed workers find jobs. He worked closely with William Beveridge, a brilliant social reformer, to design a system that would reduce poverty and bring dignity to those struggling in the shadow of industrialization. It was a quiet but profound legacy, one that would echo through the decades to come. Yet, for all his successes, Churchill was not without his critics. His brash confidence sometimes rubbed colleagues the wrong way, and his tendency to dominate conversations earned him a reputation as a know-it-all. Even his allies occasionally grew weary of his relentless energy. But beneath the bravado was a man deeply committed to public service, driven by a belief that leadership meant not just wielding power, but using it to improve lives. As the years passed, the challenges grew greater. The specter of war loomed over Europe, and Churchill, ever the strategist, turned his focus to military preparedness. In 1911, he was appointed First Lord of the Admiralty, tasked with modernizing the Royal Navy. He embraced the role with characteristic vigor, advocating for new battleships, improved gunnery, and the development of naval aviation. And so, as you drift toward sleep, let these stories of love and friendship remind you that even the mightiest lives are shaped by the people who walk beside them. The bonds we forge, the hearts we touch, these are the quiet legacies that endure long after the speeches fade and the history books are written. The night is soft now, the air still. Let these thoughts linger gently, like the last notes of a lullaby, carrying you into peaceful dreams. Allow yourself to sink deeper into comfort as we explore the next phase of this soothing biography. Winston Churchill's private world was one of warmth and quiet pleasures, a contrast to the thunderous public life for which he is so often remembered. Beyond the speeches and the war rooms, he was a man who cherished the small, tender moments, the laughter of family, the stroke of a paintbrush on canvas, the rustle of pages turning in his library late at night. His days were shaped by rituals and routines, each one a gentle anchor in the storm of his responsibilities. Each morning, no matter how late he had worked the night before, he would rise by 8 o'clock, wrapped in his his favorite silk dressing gown, deep red and embroidered with golden dragons, a gift from a Chinese diplomat. Breakfast was a leisurely affair, often taken in bed with a tray balanced on his knees. He delighted in simple comforts: a perfectly boiled egg, crisp toast with marmalade, and a pot of strong tea, brewed just so. The newspapers would arrive, and he would pore over them with a pencil in hand, underlining passages, scribbling notes in the margins, his mind already turning toward the day's work. But before the weight of the world settled onto his shoulders, there were moments of quiet indulgence. He loved animals deeply, and his home was never without the padding paws of a beloved pet. His brown poodle, Rufus, was a constant companion, curling at his feet as he worked or trotting beside him on walks through the gardens at Chartwell. There was something soothing in the rhythm of these walks, the crunch of gravel underfoot, the distant call of birds, the way the light slanted through the trees in the late afternoon. Churchill would often pause by the lake he had built with his own hands, watching the koi glide beneath the lily pads, their movements slow and hypnotic. Painting was another refuge, a passion he discovered in his 40s during a particularly dark period of political exile. With a brush in hand, he could lose himself for hours, the world narrowing to the play of colors on the canvas. He favored landscapes, rolling hills, sun-dappled forests, the shimmering Mediterranean coast, each stroke a meditation, a way to quiet the restless mind. He once said that painting was like opening a window in a stuffy room, letting in fresh air and light. And indeed, there was something almost therapeutic in the way he worked, blending hues with the patience of a man who had learned the value of slowing down. His wife, Clementine, was the steadying force in his life, her presence a calming counterbalance to his fiery temperament. Their love was not without its storms. Both were strong-willed, their disagreements legendary. But beneath it all was a deep and abiding devotion. She understood his moods, knew when to offer comfort and when to give him space. In the evenings, after the household had settled, they would often sit together in the drawing room, Clementine with her needlepoint, Churchill with a book or a cigar. The silence between them as comfortable as an old sweater. Sometimes, if the night was particularly still, he would read aloud to her poetry, perhaps, or passages from a biography, his voice a low, rich murmur in the firelight. Family gatherings were a source of great joy, though his children sometimes found his towering presence difficult to live up to. Lunch was a leisurely affair, often taken with guests, politicians, writers, friends, who brought laughter and debate to the table. The meal itself was simple but hearty: roast meats, fresh vegetables, and always a fine wine, poured with ceremony. Conversation flowed as freely as the claret, meandering from history to art to the latest gossip from Westminster. Churchill was a gifted storyteller, his voice rising and falling like the tide, drawing listeners into tales of adventure sometimes solemn reflection, the afternoons were often given to lighter pursuits. In the warmer months, he might stroll through the gardens of Chartwell, his beloved country home, pausing to admire the roses or watch the koi glide lazily in the pond, his hands, so often occupied with pens and papers, now found solace in a paintbrush. He would set up his easel under the shade of a tree, mixing colors with quiet concentration, losing himself in the sweep of the landscape. The act of painting was a meditation, a way to quiet the restless mind and let the world soften at the edges. As evening approached, the pace of the day slowed further. A bath was drawn, steaming and fragrant with salts, a ritual he cherished, a moment to soak away the tensions of the day. Wrapped in a silk dressing gown, he would return to his study, where a tray of whiskey and soda awaited him. The first sip was always savored, the warmth spreading through him as he settled into his favorite armchair. The room was dim now, lit only by the glow of the fire and a single lamp casting long shadows across the walls. Dinner was another grand affair, often extending late into the night. The table glittered with crystal and silver, the candlelight flickering across the faces of his guests. Courses came and went: soup, fish, game, dessert, each accompanied by toasts and laughter. Churchill presided over it all with easy charm, his voice a deep, reassuring rumble. Even in these moments of celebration, there was a sense of gratitude, a recognition of the small joys that made life rich. When the last guest had departed and the house grew quiet, he would often return to his desk, unable to resist the lure of one final letter or memo. The night outside was still, the only sound the occasional hoot of an owl or the rustle of leaves in the wind. Finally, when the clock chimed a late hour, he would make his way to bed, the weight of the day lifting from his shoulders. The sheets were cool, the pillows soft, and as he drifted into sleep, his mind was already turning toward the promise of a new dawn. In his later years, the rhythms grew gentler still. Mornings began a little later, the breakfast tray arriving with a softer knock. The study remained his sanctuary, but the pace of work was slower, interrupted more often by long pauses to gaze out the window at the rolling Kentish countryside. Lunch was smaller, sometimes taken alone with Clementine, their conversation easy and familiar, woven with decades of shared memories. Afternoons were often spent in the garden, wrapped in a thick overcoat if the air was cool, his hands resting on the head of his walking stick. He no longer painted as often, but he still found joy in the colors of the world, the deep green of the lawns, the brilliant blue of the sky, the golden light of sunset spilling across the fields. Evenings were quieter now, the fire banked lower, the whiskey sipped more slowly. Sometimes he would simply sit in silence, listening to the ticking of the clock, the distant murmur of the household winding down for the night. And when sleep came, it was with the deep, steady breath of a man who had lived fully, who had known both triumph and sorrow, and who had never ceased to find wonder in the world. His dreams, like his days, were rich with color and motion, ships cutting through waves, words flowing onto pages, the faces of those he loved smiling in the firelight. Churchill, once the Lion of Britain, has become something else in the years since his passing, not just a statesman, but a symbol. His speeches, once rallying cries in the midst of war, are now studied in classrooms, recited in hushed tones, and whispered by those who seek courage in uncertain times. His belief in the resilience of democracy, in the unyielding spirit of free peoples, still finds its way into the words of leaders who stand before their own storms. Think, for a moment, of the many ways his legacy lives on in the halls of government, where young politicians still reach for his phrases when they need to summon resolve. In the quiet corners of libraries, where biographers and historians pore over his letters and diaries, tracing the path of a mind that never rested. In the art of oratory itself, where the cadence of his speeches, measured, deliberate, thunderous, when it needed to be, remains a masterclass in persuasion. Leaders from across the political spectrum have borrowed from his rhetoric, adapting his themes of perseverance and unity to their own causes, their own struggles. And then there are the institutions that carry his name forward, like quiet guardians of his vision. The Churchill College at Cambridge, founded in his honor, stands as a testament to his belief in education and innovation. Scholars there, under the weight of history, explore the very fields he championed: science, statesmanship, the written word, each generation adding its own layer to the foundation he helped build. Across the ocean, in the United States, the Winston Churchill Memorial and Library in Missouri serves as a bridge between nations, a reminder of the alliance he cherished and the transatlantic bond he saw as vital to the future of freedom. But perhaps the most enduring part of his legacy is not found in grand buildings or official tributes, but in the quieter, more personal ways he has inspired those who came after. Writers have drawn from his prose, his knack for turning a phrase into something both profound and stirring. Artists have painted his likeness, capturing not just the bulldog determination of his public persona, but the introspection of the man who also loved to paint landscapes in the golden light of afternoon. Even filmmakers, in flickering black and white or rich modern color, have tried to capture the essence of his spirit, sometimes as the hero, sometimes as the flawed, complex figure he truly was. History, of course, is never static. The way we remember Churchill has shifted over the decades, as new generations bring their own questions, their own reckonings. Some have challenged his decisions, his policies, his imperial worldview, reminding us that even the greatest figures are never beyond scrutiny. And yet, even in these reevaluations, his influence does not fade. It is simply reframed, re-examined, made part of a larger conversation about leadership and legacy. The very fact that we still debate his choices is a testament to how deeply he remains embedded in our collective consciousness. In the quiet of night, when the mind drifts between wakefulness and sleep, it is easy to imagine his presence not as a statue or a portrait, but as something more fluid, more alive, a whisper in the ear of a leader facing crisis, a line of prose that suddenly makes sense to a student struggling with doubt. The quiet confidence of someone who, in their own small way, refuses to surrender. And so, as the stars blink softly above and the world outside grows still, let the thought of Churchill's enduring legacy be a comfort. Like the slow, steady ticking of a grandfather clock in a quiet room, his words and his spirit mark the passage of time without hurry, without noise. They are there in the moments when courage is needed, in the quiet resolve of ordinary people who do extraordinary things. They are there in the belief that even the darkest night will give way to dawn. The nursery windows looked out onto London streets or country gardens, depending on where the family was residing, framing the changing seasons for a curious young mind. The soft glow of oil lamps in winter evenings, the cool breeze through open windows on summer nights, the predictable routines of meals and baths and prayers, all created a rhythm of life that provided stability in a childhood otherwise marked by parental distance. When Winston was 7 years old, following the custom of his social class, he was sent away to boarding school, beginning with St. George's School in Ascot. The physical environment changed dramatically from the protective cocoon of home and nanny to the institutional setting of school. Stone corridors echoed with the footsteps of boys and masters. Dormitory life replaced the privacy of his own room, and the gentle guidance of Mrs. Everest gave way to the strict discipline of schoolmasters. St. George's proved to be an unhappy environment for the sensitive boy. The headmaster, noted for his harsh disciplinary methods, created an atmosphere of fear rather than learning. The physical punishments administered there left both physical and emotional marks on young Winston. The school buildings themselves, though respectable in appearance, must have seemed cold and forbidding to a child used to more nurturing surroundings. Windows set high in walls allowed light, but not distraction. Classroom benches were designed for posture rather than comfort, and dormitories offered little privacy for a boy processing his separation from home. The natural surroundings of his various childhood homes provided welcome contrast to both the formality of aristocratic interiors and the institutional rigidity of schools. At Blenheim, the extensive grounds offered endless exploration opportunities. Ancient oak trees spread their protective branches over lawns where generations of children had played. The Great Lake reflected changing skies, sometimes mirror still, and sometimes rippled by gentle breezes that carried the scent of wildflowers from the meadows beyond. In these natural spaces, young Winston could escape the weight of family expectations and simply be a child climbing trees, observing wildlife, and developing that connection to the English countryside that would remain with him throughout his life. The Ireland years brought different natural surroundings. When Lord Randolph was appointed to a position in Dublin, the family moved to the Viceregal Lodge in Phoenix Park. Here, Winston experienced the particular beauty of Irish landscapes, softer, greener, with a misty quality to the morning light that differed from the sharper clarity of English sunshine. The park itself was expansive, with woodland areas where deer moved silently through dappled shade and open spaces where the sky seemed endless above. The air carried the fresh scent of rain-washed grass and earth, a perpetual greenness that seeped into memory. Sound formed an important element of Winston's childhood environment. In London, the urban symphony of carriage wheels, street vendors' calls, and the distant hum of a city growing and changing with the industrial age provided the backdrop to daily life. In country settings, his ears would have become attuned to subtler sounds, the rustle of leaves in a gentle breeze, the varied songs of English garden birds, the soft nickering of horses in stables, the murmur of servants going about their duties. Inside Blenheim, sound behaved differently. Voices echoed in great halls. Footsteps announced arrivals long before people appeared. And silence itself seemed more profound against the backdrop of such grandeur. The social environment beyond the immediate family circle was carefully curated, as was typical for children of Winston's class. As our thoughts grow drowsy and we drift toward sleep, we might imagine young Winston standing at a high window, perhaps at Harrow, looking out over the countryside as evening settles gently across the landscape. The lights of London glimmer distantly. The stars begin to appear overhead. And in that moment of transition from day to night, past to future, the boy who would become the man who would lead a nation takes another breath of the English air that has surrounded him from birth, part of the environment that has shaped him, and that he will one day strive so passionately to protect. As you relax deeper, let us now softly explore the next chapter of this soothing biography. The journey of Winston Churchill's educational development unfolds like a gentle river, flowing through the landscape of late Victorian England, sometimes meandering, occasionally encountering rapids, but always moving forward toward the vast ocean of history he would one day navigate. As the soft light of morning would gradually illuminate the ancient stones of his various schools, so too did knowledge and experience gradually illuminate the mind of this remarkable individual. Young Winston's formal education began in a rather unremarkable fashion, like the first quiet notes of what would become a grand symphony. At the age of 7, he was sent to St. George's School in Ascot, a preparatory institution where many young boys of his social standing began their scholastic journey. The school days followed a predictable rhythm. rising early to the sound of bells, breakfast in a hall where voices were kept to hushed tones, lessons in Latin and Greek that seemed to young Winston like mysterious codes that others could crack more easily than he. The classrooms were often cold in winter, with wooden desks arranged in neat rows facing the master's desk, which stood slightly elevated as if to emphasize the authority of knowledge. The windows were set high, perhaps to prevent young minds from wandering to the world outside. But Winston's thoughts often drifted beyond those walls regardless. The masters wore black academic gowns that whispered across the wooden floors as they moved between desks, checking work and offering corrections in measured tones. It was here that Winston first encountered the challenge of formal learning. Unlike some children who take naturally to structured education, he found himself struggling with the classical curriculum. Latin verbs and mathematical equations did not come easily to him. His penmanship was untidy. His attention sometimes wandered, and he often found himself facing punishment for his academic shortcomings. The headmaster, a man who believed firmly in corporal punishment as a motivational tool, left impressions, both physical and psychological, on the young boy. The experience at St. George's was not a happy one, like the slow drizzle of an English autumn day. It dampened his natural enthusiasm and curiosity. Yet, even in these early years, certain qualities began to emerge. A remarkable memory for things that interested him, a love of the English language, and a stubborn resilience that would later serve him well through far greater challenges than Latin declensions. At 12, Winston moved on to Brighton, where the educational atmosphere proved somewhat more congenial. The sea air seemed to carry with it a different quality of learning. The masters were less severe, the curriculum slightly more varied. Here, Winston began to discover his own capacity for improvement through determined effort. Though still not a stellar student by conventional measures, he began to find his own path through the forest of knowledge, occasionally coming upon clearings of understanding that gave him glimpses of his own potential. Throughout these early educational experiences, books became increasingly important companions. He even took flying lessons himself, though Clementine, ever the voice of caution, begged him to stop after a few near-disastrous crashes. And so, as the world inched toward the cataclysm of the First World War, Churchill stood at the precipice of his greatest trials. The boy who had once struggled in school, the young officer who had thirsted for adventure, the politician who had defied convention, all these selves had led him here, to a moment when history would demand everything he had to give. But for now, in the quiet of the evening, we can let those larger struggles fade into the distance. Picture instead the young Churchill, sitting at his desk late at night, pen in hand, drafting a speech or a letter to a friend. The lamp casts a warm glow over the paper, and outside, the sounds of the city are muffled and distant. He pauses, perhaps to sip a glass of whiskey, or to gaze out the window at the stars. There is still so much ahead of him, triumphs and heartbreaks, moments of despair and flashes of genius. But in this quiet hour, there is only the steady scratch of the pen, the slow turning of the page, and the promise of tomorrow. And as we too turn the page, letting the weight of these stories settle softly in our minds, we can rest, knowing that even the greatest journeys begin with small, uncertain steps. The night is deep, the air is still, and sleep comes gently, like the turning of the tide. Drifting like clouds across the evening sky, we now move to the next part of this calming life story. Winston Churchill's life was a tapestry of extraordinary achievements, woven with threads of resilience, vision, and an unyielding belief in the power of words. His contributions spanned war and peace, literature and leadership, each chapter building upon the last like the slow, steady strokes of an artist's brush. And as we drift into the quiet of the night, let us wander through these milestones, not with urgency, but with the ease of a gentle river carrying us along its currents. One of Churchill's earliest triumphs came not on the battlefield, but in the realm of ideas. As a young war correspondent, he penned vivid dispatches from the front lines of conflicts in Cuba, India, and Sudan. His words were not merely reports, they were stories, alive with color and feeling, transporting readers to distant lands. This gift for narrative would later blossom into a prolific writing career, one that earned him the Nobel Prize in Literature. His histories, like the World Crisis and a history of the English-speaking people's asterisk, were more than scholarly works. They were epic tales, rich with drama and insight, written in the same rhythmic prose that would make his speeches unforgettable. But it was in the crucible of war that Churchill's leadership shone brightest. During the darkest hours of the Second World War, when the shadow of Nazi Germany stretched across Europe, he became the voice of defiance. His speeches, measured, deliberate, yet brimming with fire, stitched courage into the hearts of a nation. These were not empty phrases, but incantations of hope, spoken as if he were lighting a candle in the deepest night. His method was meticulous. He labored over drafts, refining each sentence until it struck the perfect chord. He understood that language could be a weapon, and he wielded it with precision. Behind the scenes, his strategic mind was equally formidable. As First Lord of the Admiralty in the First World War, he championed the development of the tank, a revolutionary machine that would change warfare forever. Later, as Prime Minister, he forged alliances with Roosevelt and Stalin, navigating the treacherous waters of diplomacy with a blend of charm and steel. He spent long hours in the map room of the cabinet war rooms, tracing the movements of armies, his cigar smoke curling in the dim light. He rarely slept, yet his mind remained sharp, fueled by an inexhaustible well of determination. He went to the trenches of the Western Front, serving as a battalion commander, sharing the hardships of his men It was a moment of humility, of renewal. Had he let bitterness consume him, history would have lost one of its most indomitable spirits. Then came the long wilderness years, the 1930s, when Churchill was sidelined. His warnings about the rising threat of Nazi Germany dismissed as alarmist. He was out of step with the times, his voice ringing in what seemed like empty halls, but he did not waver. Night after night, he wrote, spoke, argued, undaunted by the indifference of others. Imagine if he had grown weary, if he had surrendered to the loneliness of being unheard. But destiny had other plans when war came in 1939, and the old policies crumbled like sand. It was Churchill who stood ready. In May 1940, as France fell and Britain stood alone, he became Prime Minister. The moment was bleak, the odds insurmountable. Yet it was here, in the darkest hour, that his words became a beacon. "We shall fight on the beaches," he declared, his voice thick with resolve. What if he had faltered? What if, faced with the sheer scale of the crisis, he had sought compromise rather than defiance? The war might have taken a different turn, the flame of resistance flickering out before it could catch fire. Even after victory, Churchill faced another crossroads, his unexpected defeat in the 1945 election, just months after the war's end. The nation, grateful for his leadership, still chose change over continuity. It was a bitter pill, but he accepted it with grace. Rather than fading into retirement, he returned to writing, crafting his monumental history of the Second World War, a work that would earn him the Nobel Prize in Literature. Had he let pride keep him from the page, the world would have lost not only his insights, but the very record of his own deeds. And then, one final twist, his return as Prime Minister in 1951, an old lion back in the arena. Though the fires of his youth had dimmed, even in his later years, his presence was a steadying force, a reminder of past glories. When at last he stepped away, he did so knowing he had given all he could. As we reflect on these moments, the choices made, the paths taken, we see how fragile history can be, how easily a single decision might have changed everything. But Churchill's life reminds us that resilience, courage, and an unshakable belief in one's purpose can steer fate itself. And now, as the night deepens and the mind grows quiet, let these thoughts drift like leaves on a gentle stream. The past is written, the choices made. There is comfort in knowing that even the greatest lives are shaped one step at a time, each moment leading to the next in a rhythm as natural as the turning of the earth. So breathe deeply and let the weight of these stories settle softly around you. The stars still shine as they did in Churchill's time, the same quiet light that watched over his triumphs and trials. And as sleep draws near, let the certainty of rest remind you that even the most turbulent journeys find their calm in the end. The night is warm, the air still. Tomorrow will bring its own stories, its own choices. But for now, peace is enough. Close your eyes and let the tide of sleep carry you gently away. The calming story continues as we gently examine what happened next in this remarkable journey. Winston Churchill's life was woven with threads of deep and complex relationships, each one shaping him in ways both subtle and profound. Some were tender, others tumultuous, but all left their mark on the man who would become one of history's most formidable figures. As the night settles around you now, let these stories of connection unfold like quiet whispers, each one a gentle reminder of how love, friendship, and even rivalry shaped the course of his extraordinary life. At the heart of Churchill's world was his wife, Clementine. Their love story began in 1908 at a dinner party, where Winston, ever the bold suitor, was immediately captivated by her poise and sharp wit. Clementine, in turn, saw beyond his brash exterior to the passionate, sensitive soul beneath. Their marriage was not without its storms. Winston's relentless political ambitions and occasional financial recklessness sometimes strained their bond. Yet Clementine remained his anchor, offering both solace and stern counsel when needed. She would often slip notes into his speeches, softening his harsher phrases, her influence as quiet as it was invaluable. In their private moments, they exchanged tender letters, signing them Pug and Cat, playful nicknames that spoke of a deep, enduring affection. When the weight of leadership pressed upon him during the darkest days of the war, it was Clementine who ensured he rested, who guarded his health, who stood beside him as the world trembled. Family, too, played a defining role. His father, Lord Randolph Churchill, loomed large in Winston's imagination, a brilliant but distant figure whose early death left a void his son spent a lifetime trying to fill. Winston's mother, Jenny, was a vivacious and glamorous presence, but her whirlwind social life often left him craving more of her attention. These early longings forged in him a relentless drive to prove himself, to earn the approval he had so keenly missed as a boy. And yet, with his own children, he sought to be different, more present, more tender. His daughter Mary later recalled how he would tell them bedtime stories, spinning elaborate tales of adventure, his voice rich with warmth. Even amid the chaos of war, he made time for them, understanding in a way his own father never had the preciousness of those fleeting moments. Friendship was another thread in the tapestry of his life. Asquith, their bond was one of intellectual sparring and deep mutual respect, a rare friendship that endured even when political allegiances shifted. E. Smith, later Lord Birkenhead, whose razor-sharp wit matched Winston's own, their camaraderie was boisterous, filled with laughter and spirited debate, a refuge from the pressures of public life. And of course, Franklin D. Roosevelt, with whom Churchill shared one of the most consequential friendships of the 20th century, though their alliance was born of necessity during the war. It grew into something deeper, a partnership of trust and shared purpose. Their late-night fireside conversations, as much about personal connection as global strategy. But not all relationships were so harmonious. Churchill's dynamic with David Lloyd George was a dance of admiration and rivalry. Two towering figures who pushed each other to greater heights even as they clashed. And then there was his fraught relationship with Stanley Baldwin, whose cautious leadership Winston often criticized. Their ideological divides sometimes spilling into public contention. Yet even in these tensions, there were lessons, patience, resilience, the understanding that not every battle must be fought to the bitter end. Perhaps one of the most poignant connections of his later years was with his loyal secretary, Elizabeth Leighton. She witnessed his vulnerabilities, his black dog of depression, his moments of doubt, and remained a steadfast presence, typing his speeches late into the night as he paced, refining each phrase until it gleamed. Theirs was a quiet, professional bond, yet one built on profound mutual respect. As the years passed, Churchill's circle grew smaller, the losses mounting. Friends departed, allies faded, and yet his capacity for connection never dimmed. Even in his final days, he found solace in the company of those he loved, sitting quietly in the garden at Chartwell, the sunlight dappling the lake, as memories of a life richly lived settled around him. His hands, usually busy with pens or cigars, became rough with mortar and dust. He took such pride in this hobby that he even joined the Amalgamated Union of Building Trade Workers, carrying his membership card with quiet satisfaction. Another quiet moment in Churchill's life reveals his deep love for animals, especially his pets. Among them was a small, ill-tempered poodle named Rufus, who was prone to biting visitors, a habit Churchill found amusing rather than frustrating. He would often be seen carrying Rufus under his arm like a treasured companion, whispering to him as he paced the halls of Chartwell. But perhaps the most touching of his animal companions was his cat, Nelson, who would sit beside him as he worked late into the night, a silent witness to history in the making. Churchill once remarked that cats had an air of independence and dignity, qualities he greatly admired. Then there was his love for painting, a pastime he discovered late in life, during a particularly dark period when he had left government after the disastrous Gallipoli campaign of World War I. His sister-in-law handed him a child's paint set one day, and to his surprise, he found himself mesmerized by the act of mixing colors and capturing light on canvas. Painting became his refuge, a way to escape the weight of the world. He would often set up his easel in the gardens of Chartwell, or during his travels, losing himself in landscapes and seascapes. Once, while painting in Morocco, he was so absorbed in his work that he didn't notice the sun setting until his canvas was bathed in darkness. Even in the most serious moments of his life, Churchill's wit never failed him. Another time, when a woman told him he was drunk, he famously responded, "And you, madam, are ugly." These quips were not just displays of cleverness. They were part of his strategy, a way to disarm opponents and control the narrative, even in the most heated exchanges. One of the most revealing moments of his character came during the Blitz, when London was under relentless bombardment by German forces. Rather than retreat to the safety of bunkers, Churchill often climbed onto rooftops to watch the fires raging across the city. He insisted on seeing the devastation firsthand, not out of morbid curiosity, but because he believed a leader should never ask his people to endure what he himself would not. On one such night, as bombs fell nearby, a nervous aide urged him to take cover. It was this unshakable calm in the face of danger that steadied the nation's nerves. Yet, for all his public bravado, Churchill was also a man of deep sentiment. He wept openly at times when hearing moving music, when bidding farewell to close friends, even when his poodle Rufus passed away. He once broke down in tears while listening to a recording of his own voice delivering a wartime speech, overwhelmed by the memory of what those words had meant to his country. This vulnerability made him all the more human, a reminder that even the strongest leaders are shaped by the same emotions as everyone else. His daily routines were as distinctive as his personality. He often worked from bed until noon, surrounded by papers, dictating letters and memos to secretaries while still in his silk dressing gown. Breakfast was a leisurely affair, with strong coffee, toast, and sometimes a small glass of whiskey. He believed in the restorative power of naps, often taking a short sleep in the afternoon to recharge for the long nights of work ahead. And then there were the baths, long, luxurious soaks where he would ponder policy or rehearse speeches, the steam rising around him like a private sanctuary. One charming anecdote tells of Churchill's visit to the White House during World War II, where he famously wandered the halls in the early hours of the morning, clad only in his underwear and a cigar in hand. Churchill would return to these lessons again and again, whether in the trenches of World War I or the war rooms of World War II, drawing strength from the knowledge that even in the darkest hours, the past could light the way forward. Closer to home, his wife Clementine was both anchor and compass. Their marriage was a partnership of equals, rare for the time, and her quiet strength steadied him through storms that might have broken a lesser man. She tempered his impulsiveness with her calm judgment, offering counsel that was frank yet gentle. When he suffered the crushing disappointment of Gallipoli, it was Clementine who reminded him that defeat was not the end, only a bend in the road. In the quiet of their home, away from the roar of politics, she gave him the space to recharge, to reflect, and to find his way back to himself. And then there were the writers, Shakespeare, whose plays he could quote by the hour, Samuel Johnson, whose wit and wisdom he admired, and Benjamin Disraeli, whose novels blended romance and politics in ways that delighted him. These literary voices were like invisible mentors, speaking across the centuries, shaping his understanding of human nature and the art of leadership. As we drift toward sleep, we might picture Churchill in his library at Chartwell, surrounded by the books and memories of those who had guided him. The flicker of candlelight catches the gold lettering on ancient spines, and for a moment, the room feels alive with their presence. Everest's kindness, his father's ambition, Somerville's patience, Lloyd George's daring, Thucydides' wisdom. They were the quiet architects of his greatness, the voices that whispered in his ear long after they were gone. And in that stillness, we too can rest, knowing that even the mightiest trees grow from roots nourished by many hands. Let your mind float with these gentle recollections as we move forward in our story. Winston Churchill's early career unfolded like the first chapters of an epic novel, full of youthful energy, missteps, and moments of unexpected brilliance. It was a time when the world was still lit by gaslight, when empires stretched across continents, and when a young man with a famous name and restless ambition sought to carve his own path after leaving Harrow and Sandhurst, where he had trained as a cavalry officer. Churchill found himself stationed in India with the 4th Queen's Own Hussars. The heat was oppressive, the days long, and the military routine often dull. Yet it was here, in the quiet hours between drills and parades, that he began to shape his future. With little formal education beyond his school years, he turned to books, devouring histories, philosophies, and the great works of literature that would later color his speeches and writings. His mother, ever the socialite, sent him care packages filled with volumes by Gibbon, Macaulay, and Plato. And in the dim light of his barracks, he absorbed their wisdom like a sponge. But reading alone could not satisfy his hunger for action. Eager to prove himself, he sought out opportunities beyond the regimented life of a junior officer. In 1897, he traveled to the northwest frontier of India, where British forces were engaged in skirmishes with Pashtun tribesmen. It was a harsh and unforgiving landscape, a place where the sun burned the earth to dust and the mountains rose like ancient sentinels. Churchill, still only 22, secured a position as a war correspondent for the Daily Telegraph *, blending his military duties with journalism. His dispatches were vivid and unflinching, filled with the thunder of artillery and the cries of men in battle. They caught the attention of readers back in England, and though some of his superiors frowned upon his dual role, he had found his first taste of renown. From India, his restless spirit carried him to Africa, where the British Empire was embroiled in the modest war in Sudan. Yet Churchill's legacy was not confined to war. In peacetime, he was a reformer, advocating for social welfare long before it was fashionable. As president of the Board of Trade, he introduced measures to improve working conditions, laying the groundwork for the modern welfare state. His belief in progress was tempered by pragmatism. He knew that change must be steady, like the turning of the seasons, rather than a sudden storm. And then there was his art, in the quiet interludes between battles and political storms. Churchill found solace in painting. The landscapes he created, soft hues of countryside and sea, were a refuge, a way to quiet the relentless churn of his thoughts. He approached the canvas with the same intensity he brought to everything. Yet there was a tenderness in his brushstrokes, a reminder that even the most indomitable spirits need moments of stillness. His impact rippled far beyond his lifetime. The institutions he helped shape, the words he left behind, the example of his unbreakable will, all these became part of the fabric of history. When he passed away in 1965, the world mourned not just a leader, but a force of nature, a man who had stood like a lighthouse against the crashing waves of tyranny. But tonight, as sleep draws near, we can let these grand themes soften into the background. Picture Churchill in his later years, sitting in the garden of Chartwell, his beloved country home. The sun is low, the air fragrant with blossoms. A book rests in his lap, his fingers tracing the pages absently. The battles are behind him now, the speeches only echoes. In this moment, there is only peace, the kind of quiet that comes after a life fully lived. And as we too settle into the stillness, let the weight of his story lull us gently. The night is soft, the stars are distant, and the world turns slowly, as it always has. There will be time tomorrow for more stories, more lessons, but for now, rest comes easily, like the fading of daylight into dusk. As your breathing becomes more regular, let us continue with the next chapter of our biography. The life of Winston Churchill was a tapestry woven with moments of great consequence, decisions made in the quiet of contemplation or the heat of urgency, each one shaping not only his destiny, but the course of history itself. Let us drift back through these turning points, these quiet crossroads where the future trembled in the balance, and consider how different choices might have altered everything. One such moment came early, in the soft glow of youth, when Churchill stood at the threshold of his military career. As a young man, he had yearned for adventure, for the call of distant lands and the thrill of battle. He joined the army, serving in India and later in the Sudan, where he rode in the last great cavalry charge of the British Empire at Omdurman. But even then, another path beckoned. Writing. Churchill had always been a storyteller, his letters home brimming with vivid descriptions and keen observations. What if he had chosen to remain a soldier, never turning his pen to politics or history? The world might never have known his voice, the stirring speeches, the masterful histories, the defiant words that would one day rally a nation. Yet, he did not stay in uniform. Instead, he entered politics, a decision that would lead him to the halls of power, but not without struggle. His early career was marked by setbacks. He changed parties, a move that some saw as opportunism, but which he believed was necessary to follow his conscience. In 1915, during the First World War, came one of his greatest humiliations: the failure of the Gallipoli campaign, which he had championed as First Lord of the Admiralty. The loss of so many lives weighed heavily on him, and he was forced to resign. In that moment, his career might have ended. The whispers of failure could have drowned his ambitions forever. But Churchill, ever resilient, chose not to retreat. And so, as you imagine these quiet moments, these small, sacred rituals, may you too feel the gentle pull of rest, the peace of a life well lived, carrying you softly into the embrace of sleep. As your thoughts grow quieter, we'll continue our peaceful exploration of this fascinating life. Winston Churchill's personal philosophy was woven from many threads: history, duty, courage, and an unshakable faith in the resilience of the human spirit. From his earliest days, he carried within him a sense of destiny, not in the way of a man who believed himself chosen, but rather as someone who understood that life demanded action, that the world could be shaped by will and perseverance. This simple yet profound belief guided him through decades of public service, through war and peace, through triumph and defeat. His worldview was deeply influenced by his love of history. He saw the past not as a distant relic, but as a living teacher. To him, history was a great river, flowing endlessly, and those who studied its currents could better navigate the present. He believed in progress, but not blindly. He knew that human nature remained constant, that the same virtues and vices played out across centuries. This perspective gave him patience in moments of crisis, for he understood that even the darkest nights gave way to dawn. At the heart of his beliefs was an unwavering commitment to freedom. He saw liberty not as an abstract ideal, but as the very breath of civilization. His speeches during the Second World War were not just rallying cries, they were declarations of a principle he would defend with every fiber of his being. He thundered in 1940, "I can answer in one word, victory." And yet, this was not the reckless cry of a warmonger, but the solemn vow of a man who had seen the cost of tyranny. He understood that some things were worth fighting for, that surrender to oppression was a slow death of the soul. But Churchill was not a man of unrelenting sternness. Beneath the bulldog exterior lay a deep well of humor and warmth. He believed that joy was not frivolous, but necessary, a counterbalance to life's hardships. His love of painting, of good food and drink, of lively conversation, all spoke to a man who refused to let duty eclipse delight. Even in the darkest days of the war, he found moments of levity, knowing that laughter could fortify the spirit as much as resolve could steel the will. His values were rooted in an old-fashioned sense of honor, one that prized loyalty, courage, and perseverance above all. He had known failure, His early political career was marked by missteps and setbacks, but he never allowed defeat to define him. Success is not final. Failure is not fatal, he would say. This resilience was not mere stubbornness, but a philosophy of endurance, a belief that every man had within him the capacity to rise again. No matter how hard the fall, his faith in democracy was unshakable, though he was no blind idealist. He knew that democracy was messy, that it demanded patience and compromise, but he also believed it was the only system that truly respected human dignity. He trusted in the wisdom of ordinary people, in their ability to choose rightly when given the facts. He had little patience for tyranny in any form, whether from the left or the right, for he had seen how easily power could corrupt. Family, too, was central to his philosophy. His marriage to Clementine was one of deep partnership, a union of minds as much as hearts. She was his anchor, his most trusted advisor, the one who could temper his impulses with her quiet wisdom. His letters to her reveal a tenderness often obscured by his public persona. His children, too, were a source of both pride and worry, for he knew the burdens of his name could be heavy, yet he believed in letting them find their own paths, just as he had. As the years passed, his thinking mellowed but did not weaken. The night holds you gently, and morning will wait, patient as the turning of a page. As you settle more comfortably, our narrative flows onward like soft moonlight across still waters. Winston Churchill was born in 1874, beneath the soft glow of gas lamps and the rustle of horse-drawn carriages on cobblestones. The world he entered was one of empire and industry, where steam trains chugged across continents, and the telegraph spun its invisible threads between distant lands. Queen Victoria sat upon the British throne, her reign a tapestry of progress and tradition, as the sun never set on the red-painted territories of the British Empire. In those days, London was a city of contrasts. Grand palaces stood beside soot-stained factories, and the murmur of parliamentary debates mingled with the shouts of street vendors selling flowers and hot pies. As a boy, Churchill wandered the halls of Blenheim Palace, his family's ancestral home, where oil portraits of stern-faced ancestors watched from the walls. The air smelled of beeswax and old books, and the gardens stretched out in perfect symmetry, a quiet refuge from the bustling world. But even then, change was stirring. The Industrial Revolution had transformed the landscape, filling the skies with smoke and the rivers with the hum of machinery. Factories churned out steel and textiles, while underground, miners dug for coal by the flickering light of lanterns. It was an age of invention. Telephones crackled to life. Electric lights began to replace candles. And beneath the earth, the first subway trains rumbled through tunnels like whispers in the dark. By the time Churchill reached adulthood, the 19th century was fading into memory, and the new century dawned with both hope and unease. The world seemed smaller now, connected by steamships and railways. Yet the old rivalries between nations still smoldered beneath the surface. Europe was a patchwork of empires, British, French, German, Austro-Hungarian, each jostling for power, their borders drawn with the precision of a cartographer's pen. In the salons of London and Paris, artists and writers debated the future, while in the countryside, farmers still plowed their fields as they had for centuries, their lives measured by the turning of the seasons. Churchill's early career unfolded against this backdrop of transformation. As a young soldier and journalist, he witnessed the fading glory of the British Empire in far-flung corners of the world, the dusty plains of India, where the scent of spices hung heavy in the air, and the vast deserts of Sudan, where the sun burned white-hot in the sky. He rode into battle on horseback, the thunder of hooves echoing across the land, and later wrote of these adventures with the vividness of a storyteller who understood the weight of history. His words carried the rhythm of distant drums and the silence of empty battlefields, where the wind whispered through the grass like a sigh. Then came the First World War, a cataclysm that shattered the old order. The summer of 1914 was golden and warm, the fields ripe with wheat. But by autumn, Europe was engulfed in flames. Trenches scarred the earth from Belgium to the Balkans, and young men from every nation vanished into the mud and smoke. Churchill, then First Lord of the Admiralty, watched as the world he knew unraveled. The war was fought with new horrors, poison gas drifting like fog, machine guns rattling without end, and the first steel tanks lurching across no man's land like mechanical beasts. In the quiet moments between battles, soldiers wrote letters home by candlelight, their words full of longing and fear, while in London, the streets were dimmed by blackout curtains, the city holding its breath. After the war, the world was weary. Empires crumbled, the Austro-Hungarian, the Ottoman, the German, and new nations rose from the ashes. The roaring 20s brought jazz and flappers, the bright sparkle of champagne, and the hum of radios filling sitting rooms with music. But beneath the glitter, shadows lingered. The Great Depression swept across the globe like a winter storm, leaving breadlines in New York and hunger in the valleys of Wales. Churchill, now in the wilderness of politics, turned to his paintbrushes and his words, capturing the play of light on canvas or drafting histories that sought to make sense of the chaos. Then came the 1930s, and with them, the gathering storm of another war. In Germany, Adolf Hitler's voice crackled from radios, promising revenge and renewal, while in Britain, the government hoped, against all evidence, that peace could be preserved. Churchill, long warning of the danger, was dismissed as an alarmist, his speeches like distant thunder before the lightning strikes. But when war came again in 1939, it was his voice, steady, unyielding, that would guide a nation through its darkest hour. The Blitz turned London's skyline into a jagged silhouette, But in the underground shelters, people sang to keep their spirits up, and Churchill walked the bombed-out streets. His presence, a quiet reassurance. The war stretched across oceans and continents, from the frozen forests of Russia to the coral atolls of the Pacific. But in the end, the Allies prevailed, and Churchill stood on the balcony of Buckingham Palace, waving to the crowds as fireworks painted the sky. Yet even in victory, the world had changed irrevocably. The atomic age had dawned, and the old empires were fading, giving way to new superpowers and the simmering tensions of the Cold War. Churchill, ever the observer, watched as the map redrew itself, his mind turning to the lessons of history, the patterns that repeated like the turning of a wheel. In his later years, he returned to his books and his garden, the weight of the world softening into the quiet rhythms of retirement. The 1950s brought television sets into homes, rock and roll onto the airwaves, and the first satellites into space. The world was moving faster now, but Churchill, like an old oak tree, remained rooted in the values of another time: courage, eloquence, and the belief that words could shape destiny. When he passed in 1965, the bells of St. Paul's Cathedral tolled, and the nation stood still for a moment, remembering the man who had been both lion and poet, who had loved sunlit landscapes and the sound of Shakespeare's verses. And now, as you drift toward sleep, imagine those days long past, the clip-clop of horses on cobblestones, the rustle of a newspaper in a quiet library, the scent of pipe tobacco lingering in the air. History is not just dates and battles, but the quiet moments in between, the lull before the storm, the deep breath before the speech, the hush of a winter evening when the world seems to pause. Let these thoughts carry you gently into dreams, where the past and present blur like watercolors on a page, and where rest, like history, unfolds in its own time. The night is soft, and the stars, like distant lanterns, watch over you. Sleep now, and let the tides of time wash over you, slow and serene as the turning of the earth. Let the rhythm of these words carry you further into relaxation as we continue our peaceful journey. Winston Churchill's influence on culture, society, and the very fabric of leadership extended far beyond the war rooms and parliamentary debates where he made his most famous stand. His presence was like a deep, resonant chord struck in the grand symphony of history, a sound that lingered long after the moment had passed, shaping the way people thought about courage, language, and the art of perseverance. To understand his impact is to trace the quiet ripples of his legacy through time, like the gentle lapping of waves against the shore, each one carrying a fragment of his spirit into the modern world. The fire of his convictions burned as brightly as ever, but with less heat and more light. He came to see that true wisdom lay not in rigid certainty, but in the ability to adapt without abandoning one's principles. He remained a man of action, but action tempered by reflection. In his later years, he often spoke of the importance of mercy, of understanding that even one's enemies were human. In war, resolution, he said, and so, as the sun set on his long life, he found solace in simplicity, in the quiet of his study, the beauty of his garden, the comfort of familiar routines. He had fought his battles, spoken his words, shaped his century. Now he could rest, knowing he had lived by his creed. To never yield, to never despair, to always find wonder in the world. His philosophy, in the end, was not a set of abstract ideas, but a way of being, a belief that life, with all its struggles and joys, was a gift to be met with courage, humor, and an unyielding heart. And as you reflect on these thoughts, these quiet convictions that guided a great man through storm and calm alike, may you too feel the gentle weight of wisdom, the soft assurance that life, in all its complexity, is meant to be lived fully. Let these words drift over you like evening shadows, settling softly into the quiet of your mind, carrying you toward rest, toward peace, toward dreams as rich and deep as the life that inspired them, with each breath becoming slower and deeper. Let us turn to another aspect of this soothing story. Winston Churchill's life was not one of unbroken triumphs, but rather a long journey marked by setbacks, obstacles, and moments of profound doubt, each one shaping him into the steadfast leader he would become. From his earliest days, he faced challenges that might have broken a lesser spirit. Yet, he met them with a resilience that seemed woven into his very being. As a young boy, he struggled in school, his mind too restless for rigid academic routines. He was often reprimanded for his lack of discipline, his teachers seeing not brilliance, but waywardness. Yet, even then, there was something in him, an indomitable spark that refused to be extinguished. He found solace in books, losing himself in tales of adventure and history, feeding a mind that would one day shape the course of nations. His early failures taught him patience, the understanding that greatness was not a sudden ascent, but a slow, steady climb. His military career, too, was marked by trials. As a young officer, he saw action in India, the Sudan, and South Africa, where he was captured during the Boer War. Imprisonment might have crushed another man, but Churchill turned it into an opportunity. He escaped, traveling by night and hiding by day, his determination carrying him across miles of hostile territory to freedom. That experience taught him the value of perseverance, the knowledge that even in the darkest moments, hope could be found if one refused to surrender. Politics, the arena where he would leave his deepest mark, was no kinder to him in the beginning. His early speeches in Parliament were met with skepticism, his bold ideas often dismissed as reckless. He switched parties, a move that many saw as betrayal, and for years he wandered in the political wilderness, his voice muted by the shifting tides of public opinion. Yet he never lost faith in his own convictions. He filled those years with writing, painting, and reflection, honing his mind even as his career seemed to stall. The greatest test of his resilience came in the 1930s, when his warnings about the rising threat of Nazi Germany went unheeded. He was mocked as an alarmist, his dire predictions dismissed as the ravings of a warmonger. For nearly a decade, he stood almost alone, a voice crying out in the wilderness, while the world sleepwalked toward catastrophe. It was a bitter isolation, one that might have broken a man of lesser fortitude. He took up the brush in his 40s, seeking refuge from the political disappointments that had left him adrift. The act of painting became his sanctuary, a place where doubt and pressure melted beneath the strokes of his palette knife. He favored the golden light of the Mediterranean, the rolling hills of Kent, scenes where the world seemed at peace. Critics would later admire his work, though he never considered himself more than an enthusiastic amateur. Yet in those quiet hours at the easel, he found a rare stillness, a reminder that beauty existed even in the midst of turmoil. His love for animals revealed another layer of his character, one that softened the edges of his formidable persona. He adored his pets with a childlike devotion, particularly his cats. There was Nelson, the bold tabby who would march into cabinet meetings as if he owned the room, and Jock, the marmalade cat who became his constant companion in later years. Churchill insisted that Jock be present at every meal, even setting a place for him at the table. When he worked late into the night, a cat was often curled in his lap, purring softly as the candles burned low. These small creatures brought him comfort, their unconditional love a balm for the loneliness that sometimes crept in behind the public bravado. Even his famous wit had a playful, almost mischievous side. He loved pranks and silly word games, often disarming tense situations with a well-timed joke. His humor was a lifeline, a way to deflect the pressures that might have crushed a lesser spirit. And then there were his bathtub meetings, where he would conduct official business while submerged in warm water, utterly unself-conscious, proving that even the gravest matters of state could be discussed with a splash of eccentricity. But perhaps the most surprising facet of Churchill was his deep sensitivity, a trait he guarded closely. He suffered from what he called his black dog, the bouts of depression that shadowed him throughout his life. In those moments, the weight of the world felt unbearable, and he would retreat into silence, staring out windows with a faraway gaze. Yet, it was this very vulnerability that made his resilience all the more remarkable. He understood darkness, and so he learned to kindle his own light through painting, through writing, through the steadfast love of his family. His wife, Clementine, was his anchor, her quiet strength a counterbalance to his tempestuous spirit. Their letters reveal a tenderness rarely seen in public, words scribbled in haste between the storms of history, simple declarations of love and longing. And then there was his voice, not the booming tones of his speeches, but the soft, almost whispering lilt with which he read poetry or spoke to children. He cherished the works of Rudyard Kipling and Shakespeare, often reciting verses by heart, letting the rhythms of the words lull him into calm. In these moments, the great statesman became simply a man who found solace in the music of language, who understood that words could heal as well as rally. As you drift now toward sleep, let these quieter glimpses of Churchill accompany you, the man who built walls under the sun, who painted to quiet his mind, who found laughter even in the darkest hours. They remind us that greatness is not a single note, but a symphony of strengths and frailties, of fire and quietude. And just as he sought refuge in simple joys, may you too find comfort in the knowledge that rest is its own kind of strength, a gentle reprieve before the dawn. Breathe deeply, and let the night wrap around you like one of Churchill's beloved landscapes, soft and full of hidden colors, carrying you into dreams where history and peace walk hand in hand. The world outside may be vast and untamed, but here, in the quiet, you are safe, you are still. Sleep now, and may your rest be as deep as the roots of an oak, as untroubled as a cat's purr in the lamplight. Public perception of Churchill evolved over time, as it does for all figures who loom large in history. In the immediate aftermath of the war, he was a near-mythic savior, his name synonymous with victory. But as the years passed and new generations arose, his legacy was examined with more nuance. His imperialist views, his occasional missteps, his resistance to some social changes were all weighed against his towering achievements. Yet even this reckoning was a testament to his impact. He was not a statue to be dusted off and admired, but a living, breathing subject of debate. A man whose complexities ensured he would never fade into simplistic hero worship. The very fact that people still argue about him, still pore over his writings, still invoke his name in discussions of leadership, speaks to the depth of his imprint on the world. Perhaps his most lasting cultural footprint lies in the way he redefined what it meant to be a public figure in an age of mass media. He understood the power of image and symbol long before the era of spin doctors and sound bites. His V for Victory sign, his deliberate use of radio broadcasts to reach directly into homes, his careful cultivation of his own persona, all of these were early experiments in the art of political theater. Lessons that would shape the modern relationship between leaders and the public. At the same time, his willingness to show vulnerability, his bouts of depression, which he called his black dog, his occasional sentimental tears, made him relatable in a way few leaders had been before. He was, in many ways, the first modern celebrity statesman, a man whose humanity was as much a part of his legend as his accomplishments. As the decades rolled on, Churchill's presence could be felt in unexpected places. The phrase Churchillian courage entered the lexicon, used to describe anyone who stood firm against adversity. His quotations adorned motivational posters and graduation speeches. His face appeared on stamps and coins. His wartime bunker became a museum, its corridors echoing with the ghosts of decisions that had changed the world. Even in popular culture, references to him cropped up in films, novels, and television shows, a nod to his enduring relevance. He had become more than a historical figure. He was an archetype, a symbol of the resilience of the human spirit. And so, as you drift deeper into the quiet embrace of sleep, think of Churchill not just as a wartime leader, but as a cultural force, a man whose words and deeds rippled outward like stones dropped into a still pond. His legacy is woven into the way we speak about courage, the way we teach history, the way we imagine leadership itself. The world he knew is gone, but the echoes of his voice remain soft, insistent, reminding us that even in the darkest nights, dawn is possible. Let that thought settle over you like a warm blanket as the stars keep their silent watch and the night unfolds its gentle mysteries. Sleep now, and may your dreams carry you to those far-off days when words could change the world, and one man's voice could steady the course of history with the gentleness of falling snow. We transition now to another meaningful chapter in this life story. Winston Churchill was a man of endless contradictions, a figure whose life was filled with moments both grand and intimate, each revealing something new about the man behind the legend. One of the lesser-known stories about him begins in the quiet countryside of Chartwell, his beloved family home in Kent. Here, far from the halls of power, Churchill indulged in one of his most unexpected passions, bricklaying. After a long day of writing or political strategizing, he would often change into his work clothes and spend hours meticulously laying bricks, building walls, and even cottages with his own hands. It was a way to quiet his restless mind, to find solace in the simple, rhythmic motion of labor. Sleep now, knowing that the echoes of his life are not distant, not faded, but still very much alive, carried forward in the hearts and minds of those who remember, who learn, who continue to build upon the world he helped shape. And as you drift into dreams, may you find, in the quiet corners of your own thoughts, some small spark of that same resilience, that same unwavering belief in brighter days ahead. The story does not end. It simply changes hands, passes from one generation to the next, like a well-worn book left open on a bedside table, waiting to be read again when the time is right. And so, with the softest of sighs, the night embraces you, and the echoes of history hum their quiet lullaby. Rest now, and let the past and present blur together in the gentle haze of sleep. Wrapped in the comfort of these words, we'll drift together into the next part of this soothing biography. Winston Churchill is often remembered as the indomitable British bulldog, the man whose voice rallied a nation through its darkest hours, whose cigar and V sign became symbols of defiance against tyranny. But like all great figures of history, his legacy is not as simple as the stories we tell ourselves. The passage of time has smoothed the rough edges of his life, turning a deeply complex man into something of a myth, an infallible hero, untouched by doubt or failure. Yet to truly understand Churchill, we must gently peel back these layers of legend and look at the man beneath. With all his contradictions, his triumphs, and his flaws, one of the most persistent myths is that Churchill was always the unwavering leader we know from the war years. In truth, his path to greatness was anything but straight. Long before he became Prime Minister, he was a man of many roles: soldier, journalist, politician, and many missteps. His early career was marked by controversy. From the disastrous Gallipoli campaign in World War I, which cost countless lives and nearly ended his political career, to his shifting political allegiances, moving from the Conservative Party to the Liberals and back again. These stumbles are often glossed over in favor of his later achievements, but they remind us that even the most towering figures are human, shaped by their failures as much as their successes. Another common simplification is the idea that Churchill was universally beloved during the war. In reality, his leadership was fiercely debated, and his approval ratings fluctuated. His speeches, now immortalized, were not always met with immediate enthusiasm. Some found his rhetoric too grand, his tone too old-fashioned. And when the war ended, the British public, grateful as they were, voted him out of office in the 1945 election. It was a humbling moment, a reminder that heroes are not always rewarded in the way we expect. Yet Churchill, ever resilient, accepted the verdict with grace, proving that leadership is not just about holding power, but also about knowing when to let go. Then there is the matter of his views on empire and race, a topic often brushed aside in heroic retellings. Churchill was a man of his time, shaped by the prejudices of the British imperial mindset. His statements about India, for instance, were sometimes dismissive, even callous. He opposed Indian self-rule with a stubbornness that seems out of step with modern values. And yet, even here, the picture is not entirely black and white. He could be fiercely protective of Britain's colonial subjects in some instances, while holding deeply paternalistic views in others. To acknowledge this is not to diminish his legacy, but to see it whole, to recognize that history is rarely as neat as we wish it to be. His personal life, too, was more complicated than the image of the stoic war leader suggests. Churchill battled what he called his black dog, his term for the bouts of depression that shadowed him throughout his life. There were times when he could barely muster the energy to rise from bed, when the weight of the world seemed too much to bear. And yet, it was in these moments of vulnerability that he often found his greatest strength, channeling his struggles into the determination that would later inspire millions. His love of painting, his long hours spent at the easel, were not just hobbies, but lifelines, ways to soothe a restless mind. Even his famous wit and eloquence were not always as effortless as they seemed. Churchill labored over his speeches, rewriting them endlessly, practicing his delivery in front of the mirror. The lines that now ring through history, "We shall fight on the beaches," their finest hour, were carefully crafted, not spontaneous bursts of genius. This, perhaps, is the most comforting lesson of all. That greatness is often the result of quiet, persistent effort, not some inborn magic. And what of his later years, when the world moved on without him? Churchill lived long enough to see the empire he cherished fade, to watch the post-war order reshape itself in ways he did not always approve of. There was a melancholy in his twilight, a sense of a man out of time, yet he never lost his curiosity, his hunger for life. He wrote, he traveled, he observed the changing world with the same sharp eyes that had once scanned the horizon for threats. The myths we tell about Churchill say as much about us as they do about him. We simplify him because it is easier to admire a flawless hero than a real, flawed human being. But in doing so, we miss the deeper truth that his real strength lay not in perfection, but in perseverance. He was not a statue, but a man, brilliant, contradictory, sometimes wrong, but always striving. So as you let these thoughts drift through your mind, remember that history is not a single story, but many, woven together in a tapestry of light and shadow. Churchill's life, like all lives, was a mix of the heroic and the humble, the bold and the uncertain. And perhaps that is the most comforting thought of all, that even the greatest among us were simply people, doing their best in a complicated world. Now, as the night deepens and the weight of these reflections settles softly around you, let them blur into dreams. The past is not a distant land, but a quiet whisper, a murmur just beneath the surface of the present. And in that quiet, there is rest. Sleep now, and may the stories of those who came before you be a gentle companion in the dark. Now, as we continue our gentle journey through this remarkable life, let us explore the next chapter. Winston Churchill's life was a long and winding river, flowing through triumphs and setbacks, moments of clarity and periods of doubt. It is easy to remember him as the indomitable wartime leader, the voice that rallied Britain when the world seemed darkest. But his legacy is far richer, far more human than the bronze statues and grand speeches suggest. He was a man who knew failure as intimately as success, who carried the weight of his own contradictions with a kind of stubborn grace. And perhaps that is why, even now, his story lingers in the collective memory, not as a myth, but as a testament to the enduring power of persistence. He entered history as a young man hungry for adventure, a soldier and correspondent whose early exploits hinted at the relentless energy that would define him. Over the decades, he wore many hats: politician, writer, painter, orator, each one revealing a different facet of his endlessly curious mind. He made mistakes, sometimes grave ones, and faced political wilderness more than once. Yet, he always returned, not because he was infallible, but because he refused to stay down. That, more than any single victory, was his greatest strength. The Second World War cemented his place in history, but it did not create him. In the gentle embrace of the late Victorian era, young Winston Churchill's world unfolded like a tapestry of contrasts. Grand and intimate, structured and wild, traditional and forward-looking, his childhood environment, both physical and social, shaped the foundation of the man who would one day guide a nation through its darkest hour. Blenheim Palace, the ancestral home of the Churchill family, stood majestically in the rolling Oxfordshire countryside, its honey-colored stone walls glowing warmly in the morning light, and cooling to a soft amber as evening shadows lengthened across its vast grounds. This was not Winston's everyday home, but rather a monumental presence in his life, a physical reminder of his heritage and the weight of family legacy. The palace, with its sweeping vista of carefully landscaped gardens designed by Capability Brown, created an atmosphere of timeless permanence. Water features shimmered with reflected light, the gentle sound of fountains creating a soothing backdrop to summer visits. Inside Blenheim, high ceilings stretched upward, painted with scenes of battles long past and family triumphs. Footsteps echoed on marble floors, softened only where ancient Persian rugs had been placed. The air carried the subtle scent of beeswax, polish, and old books, that particular fragrance of aristocratic preservation that spoke of continuity and tradition. In the library, leather-bound volumes lined the walls, their spines creating patterns of deep burgundy, forest green, and navy blue against the warm wood of custom shelving. Light filtered through tall windows, dust motes dancing in the beams that fell across reading tables where generations of Churchills had sat before. Winston's actual childhood homes were more modest, though still privileged by any ordinary standard. His parents, Lord Randolph Churchill and the American-born Jenny Jerome, maintained a London residence at 48 Charles Street in Mayfair, a fashionable townhouse where the rhythms of urban aristocratic life played out. Here, the sounds of the city filtered in the clip-clop of horses' hooves on cobblestones, the calls of street vendors in the early morning, the distant chimes of church bells marking the hours. Inside, the home was appointed with the comfortable elegance expected of a rising political family. Damask wallpapers in muted tones, furniture of solid craftsmanship, and carefully selected art that demonstrated both taste and ambition. The social environment of Winston's early years was characterized by a curious absence. His parents, though loving in their way, were often distant figures in his daily life, occupied with the demanding social calendar and political engagements that defined their world. Lord Randolph, pursued his meteoric political career with single-minded determination, while the beautiful and vivacious Lady Randolph moved through London society with grace and purpose. Their busy lives left little room for the day-to-day raising of children, following the aristocratic tradition of delegating such matters to household staff. And so, the most constant presence in young Winston's daily life was his beloved nanny, Mrs. In the nursery spaces of their homes, it was Mrs. Everest who created the atmosphere of security and affection that every child craves. The nursery itself was a world apart from the formal rooms below. Here, the furnishings were sturdy rather than delicate, the colors brighter, the atmosphere less restrained. The scent of lavender sachets tucked into linens mingled with the warm smell of nursery meals being prepared, creating a cocoon of comfort. Mrs. Everest's gentle voice reading bedtime stories, her patient hands teaching him to tie his shoes, her unwavering attention to his needs. These formed the emotional landscape of Winston's earliest years. While the structured curriculum might have left him cold, Winston discovered the warming glow of literature that spoke to his imagination. History, in particular, began to capture his interest. Not the dry recitation of dates and successions that filled his textbooks, but the vivid stories of conflict, courage, and consequence that shaped nations. In these narratives, he found something that resonated with his own developing sense of drama and significance. The most significant turning point in Winston's education came with his entrance to Harrow School in 1888. The imposing buildings of this prestigious institution stood on a hill overlooking London, a physical manifestation of its elevated place in British education. The school's traditions stretched back centuries, and its hallways had been walked by poets, politicians, and princes. Here, among the sons of Britain's elite, Winston would spend 4 formative years. Harrow's headmaster during Churchill's time was Dr. Weldon, a man of considerable intellect and perception, who saw in the academically unremarkable Churchill qualities that others had missed. Unlike many educators who valued only traditional academic prowess, Weldon recognized Churchill's gift for language and his interest in certain subjects, particularly history and English. This recognition, like gentle rain on parched soil, helped nurture Winston's confidence and intellectual growth. It was at Harrow that Churchill's extraordinary memory began to serve him well, while he continued to struggle with mathematics and the classics. He excelled in subjects that captured his imagination. He committed to memory long passages of poetry and prose, storing them in the library of his mind, where they would remain accessible throughout his life, ready to be called upon to illustrate a point or inspire an audience. The English master at Harrow, Mr. Somerville, deserves particular mention in the story of Churchill's intellectual development. This thoughtful educator introduced his students to the rhythm and beauty of English prose, teaching them to appreciate the power of well-chosen words arranged with purpose. For Churchill, these lessons fell on fertile ground. He began to develop his own distinctive writing style, characterized by clarity, rhythm, and emotional resonance. The seeds planted in Mr. Somerville's classroom would later bloom into the magnificent oratory that would help sustain a nation through its darkest hours. Churchill's time at Harrow was not marked by academic distinctions or prizes. He remained in the lower forms, focusing on a limited curriculum that emphasized English, history, and geography rather than the classical education that was the standard path to university. Yet in this modified program, he found space to develop his own intellectual interests and abilities. Like a plant that thrives better in partial shade than full sun, Churchill's mind grew in its own particular way, developing strengths that a more conventional education might have overlooked or undervalued. Military education followed Harrow, as Winston prepared for entrance to the Royal Military College at Sandhurst. This required focused study and multiple attempts at the entrance examination. With characteristic determination, he applied himself to this specific goal, working with a tutor to master the necessary material. After 2 unsuccessful attempts, he passed the examination and entered Sandhurst in 1893. At Sandhurst, Churchill found himself in an environment that suited his practical intelligence and energy. The curriculum was focused on skills and knowledge directly relevant to a military career: tactics, fortification, topography, military law, and administration. Here, the abstract gave way to the concrete. Theory was tied directly to practice, and Churchill flourished. He graduated 8th in his class of 150 cadets, a significant achievement for a young man whose previous academic career had been undistinguished. Even as a grown man, Churchill kept her photograph on his desk, a silent testament to the deep bond they shared. When she passed away, he arranged her funeral and paid for her headstone, ensuring that the woman who had given him so much would never be forgotten. Then there was his father, Lord Randolph Churchill, a figure both imposing and elusive. A brilliant but mercurial politician, Lord Randolph cast a long shadow over Winston's early years. The relationship was complicated, full of admiration, longing, and unspoken disappointments. Lord Randolph rarely expressed approval, and his sharp, dismissive remarks left wounds that never fully healed. Yet Winston studied his father's speeches, absorbed his political instincts, and inherited his fiery oratory. In many ways, Winston's relentless ambition was fueled by a desire to prove himself worthy of the name Churchill, to step out from under that shadow and into his own light. Years later, as he stood in Parliament, delivering speeches that would echo through history, one could almost hear the ghost of his father's voice, refined, deepened, but still resonant with the same passion. Another guiding star in Churchill's intellectual firmament was his history teacher at Harrow, Robert Somervell. Unlike many of his instructors, who found young Winston stubborn and unruly, Somervell recognized the spark in him. He patiently cultivated Churchill's love of language, teaching him the rhythms and cadences of English prose. It was under Somervell's guidance that Churchill developed his lifelong habit of reading, allowed to internalize the music of great writing, a practice that would later infuse his speeches with an almost poetic power. The quiet hours spent parsing sentences and absorbing the works of Macaulay and Gibbon laid the foundation for a literary style that was both majestic and precise, capable of stirring nations. As Churchill grew older, his circle of mentors expanded beyond family and teachers to include figures who shaped his political and strategic thinking. One such man was Colonel Brabazon, his first commanding officer in the military. Brabazon embodied the old-school virtues of courage and charm, and he took the young subaltern under his wing, teaching him the art of leadership under fire. Churchill, ever the keen observer, absorbed lessons not just from Brabazon's successes, but from his failures as well. It was here, in the dusty barracks, and on the sun-scorched battlefields of India, that Churchill began to understand the weight of command, the delicate balance between boldness and caution, between inspiring men and listening to them. And then there was David Lloyd George, the fiery Welsh statesman who became both ally and rival. Their relationship was one of mutual respect laced with competition, like two master chess players who knew each other's moves before they were made. Lloyd George's radicalism pushed Churchill to refine his own views, forcing him to reconcile his aristocratic instincts with a growing awareness of social justice. Their late-night debates, fueled by cigars and claret, were legendary in Westminster's corridors, intellectual sparring matches that sharpened Churchill's arguments and broadened his vision. Though they would later clash over policies, Churchill never forgot the way Lloyd George's quick wit and fearless reformism had challenged him to think beyond tradition. Perhaps no mentor left a deeper imprint on Churchill's strategic mind than the ancient historian Thucydides. While stationed in India, Churchill devoured the history of the Peloponnesian War *, finding in its pages timeless lessons about power, diplomacy, and the tragic nature of conflict. Thucydides taught him that history was not just a record of events, but a mirror held up to human nature, one that revealed the same ambitions, fears, and follies in every age. But Churchill endured, drawing strength from the certainty that history would prove him right. And then, when the storm finally broke and Europe stood on the brink of collapse, it was Churchill who stepped forward to lead. The years of exile, of being ignored, had tempered him, sharpening his vision and deepening his resolve. He did not gloat over being proven right. There was no room for such pettiness in the face of war, and even in victory, there were setbacks. The very nation he had saved turned him out of office before the war was even fully over. A bitter irony that might have left another man embittered, but Churchill accepted the verdict with grace, understanding that democracy sometimes demanded sacrifice. He returned to his writing, to his beloved Chartwell, finding comfort in the rhythms of ordinary life. And when the call came again, when the world needed his wisdom once more, he answered without hesitation, serving again as Prime Minister in his later years. Through it all, he learned that setbacks were not endings, but pauses, moments to gather strength, reassess, and press forward. He understood that failure was not the opposite of success, but part of it, a necessary step in the long march toward achievement. His life was a testament to the power of endurance, to the quiet courage of continuing when all seems lost. And as you think of these trials, these moments when the path seemed too steep and the night too dark, let them remind you that even the greatest among us face doubt, that perseverance is not the absence of fear, but the will to move forward despite it. Picture Churchill in his study, the lamplight soft on his papers, the weight of the world on his shoulders, yet never bending. Feel the steadiness of his resolve, the calm certainty that no storm lasts forever. Let these thoughts settle over you now, gentle as twilight, soothing as the whisper of leaves in a quiet garden. The struggles of the past are but stories now, lessons carried forward into the quiet of the night. And as you drift toward sleep, may you carry with you the knowledge that resilience, like rest, comes in its own time, that every setback is but a step on the long road, every obstacle a chance to grow stronger. Breathe deeply, and let the weight of these peaceful reflections ease you into slumber, where dreams unfold like the pages of history, soft and endless, carrying you into the calm embrace of the night. The tapestry of this remarkable life unfolds further as we gently explore the next meaningful period. Beneath the towering figure of Winston Churchill, the resolute wartime leader, the thunderous orator, the indomitable spirit of Britain's darkest hours, lay a man of quiet contradictions, hidden talents, and unexpected tenderness. The world remembers him for his speeches, his cigar, his bulldog tenacity. But in the soft glow of his private hours, another Churchill emerges, one who painted sunlit landscapes, whispered to his cats, and found solace in the simple act of laying bricks under an open sky. Let us wander now through these quieter corridors of his life, where the weight of history gives way to the gentle hum of ordinary joys. Picture him in the gardens of Chartwell, his beloved country home, sleeves rolled up, hands caked in mortar as he built walls and ponds with the focus of a craftsman. There was something deeply soothing to him about masonry, the steady rhythm of placing one brick after another, creating order from chaos with his own hands. He took pride in these labors, often joking that if politics failed him, he could always find work as a bricklayer. It was a humble pleasure, far removed from the grand stages of Parliament, yet it grounded him, connecting him to the earth in a way speeches and strategy could not. And then there were his paintings, soft, impressionistic landscapes awash with color, a world away from the grays and blacks of war. By the time he became Prime Minister in 1940, he had already lived a lifetime of battles, both personal and political. When he stood before Parliament and promised nothing but blood, toil, tears, and sweat, it was not empty rhetoric. It was the voice of a man who had weathered storms before and knew the cost of defiance. His speeches became a lifeline for a nation under siege, not because they offered easy hope, but because they acknowledged the hardship ahead while insisting that it could be endured. There was a deep comfort in that honesty, yet Churchill was never just a wartime leader. His interests sprawled across history, literature, and art. He wrote books that won him a Nobel Prize, not for science or peace, but for the sheer power of his words. He painted landscapes to quiet his restless mind, finding solace in the stroke of a brush. Even in his later years, when the world moved on without him, he remained a student of history, understanding that the past was not just a record of events, but a mirror for the present. Today, his legacy is woven into the fabric of modern memory. Streets bear his name. His speeches are quoted in moments of crisis, and his image, often stern, cigar in hand, has become shorthand for resilience. But memory is a gentle thing, softening edges and smoothing contradictions. We remember the lion who roared in 1940, but we sometimes forget the man who doubted, who grieved, who carried the weight of decisions that cost lives. That too is part of his story. His influence lingers not just in politics, but in the quieter lessons he left behind about the importance of courage in uncertainty, the value of curiosity, the necessity of standing firm, even when the path ahead is unclear. He was not a perfect man, and he would have been the first to admit it. But imperfection did not make him lesser. If anything, it made him more real, more relatable, a reminder that history is shaped not by flawless heroes, but by people who keep going despite their flaws. As the night settles around you now, and the edges of thought begin to soften, let Churchill's story drift through your mind like a slow-moving river. Picture him in his study, writing late into the evening, or walking the grounds of Chartwell, lost in thought. Imagine the weight of his decisions, the moments of quiet reflection between the grand speeches. History is not just made in dramatic gestures, but in the small, steady acts of endurance. And so, as sleep draws nearer, let the past become a gentle presence, a whisper in the dark. The struggles and triumphs of those who came before us are not distant echoes, but part of the same human story we all share. There is comfort in knowing that even the giants of history were, in the end, simply people, flawed, determined, doing their best. Close your eyes now and let the weight of the day dissolve. The night is soft, the world is quiet, and the stories of the past will keep watch as you drift into dreams. Sleep well, and may the lessons of perseverance, curiosity, and quiet courage linger in your thoughts like the faintest, most comforting lullaby.